Flashing bright digital night, shadows flicker, echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust, through the code relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux, electric veins, chaotic rush. Restless voices, static cracks, solitude with neon tracks. Zero solely streaming the light, through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen. Wires in reality torn, as heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam, caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light, searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void, hope and fear become alloyed. Zero solely streaming the light, through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen.
Welcome back. Here we are once again, hanging out Sunday night. It's a little bit late. It's my brother's birthday this evening, so we were celebrating. So here I am now. So everybody, cheers. So the green screen is fucked again. Give up on it. This evening, yes, Mr. GALENTV will be here later to go over some SKIZ0 stories. But in the meantime, couple things have been going on, I guess, over the last couple days. Psychic Spy interview. I was going to go through a little bit of that. Joe McMahon-Eagle was interviewed by Jesse Michaels. God, Jesse is just like... Jesse's doing everything I would love to do if I had all the money and resources to fucking do these things. Amazing shit. And then War Drums in Europe. Some developments over the last couple days, which are unsettling. So welcome everybody, though. Digi, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, bro. Welcome everybody. Bones, Rabbit, Pambo. Are we inebriated in celebration? Actually, no, I'm not. No, that was me last night. Last night playing Monster Hunter. I had a couple beer and a bottle of wine, and me and a buddy of mine went through and did the story, and I've been enjoying it. Definitely runs like garbage, but it's a fun game for people that love Monster Hunter. It's a great game. Yeah, zero optimization whatsoever, but you know that's just expected now, I guess. Like we go into these things, I don't expect much. I don't really expect really anything from games companies anymore, but man, it was just really fucking disappointing. I made that worse, I think, didn't I? I'm looking at myself now. I'm trying to fix this fucking goddamn fucking thing, man. Look at this. What the fuck? What the fuck? man, this, like, it makes me look like I'm just gonna disappear myself. I'm just gonna completely go away. All right. Fuck it, this stupid fucking thing, man. It's like, you touch it, it gets even worse. Anyway, that's good enough. That's good enough. Oh my god, man. Fuck, I hate technology so much. Where are we here? Here we are. Yes. You want to play it now after running the benchmark, but run like ass. After my trip, I'm gonna re-up on a new PC. Yeah, man, it probably is gonna run like shit if you got that in a benchmark. Yeah, I was on high, and just looking, my hair is a fucking mess. And it said I was running, I should be getting like 120 FPS, and then when I got in the game, it was like half of that, less than half of that. So yeah, unfortunately, enjoyed the Amanita chocolate bars. Have gotten get some tincture and capsules. Oh fuck yeah, man, hell yeah. What do you think of JD Vance after that interview? Well, man, that's what I was gonna go over here in a minute. Cause I watched it. I got the clip. I thought I'd just play it again. Let me, I think the music's fine, actually. Should be okay. I got a couple things up here. That's like literally the next thing I was going to talk about. But, oh man, it's, yeah. Are you talking about the Zelensky interview, Rabbit, when he was sitting down with Zelensky? Yeah. I saw this first. Oh, this is kind of fun. I love this guy. Anonymous, your grandparents are MAGA. Don't visit them ever again. Anonymous, you've been selected. It's fucking funny. Your proudest ratio. Holy fuck. Absolutely just fucking mogged. Yeah. So this is, for people that don't know what happened, a couple days ago, Zelensky sat down with Trump and JD Vance, and things were like kind of tense, but then JD really started kind of digging into him. He didn't really like his attitude. So, stirred the pot. A lot of people are pissed off. And this is the talk of the town right now, is that they might send troops to Ukraine, and it's like that will incite a war. So this is what everybody's been panicking about the last day or two. Will they step up? People, I saw this with Alex. Again, anything that comes out of Alex's mouth needs to be taken with a bucket of salt. But yeah.
I am begging everyone, not just in America, but around the world, to take what I'm saying here very seriously and understand that what I'm telling you is what basically all the mainline military analysts, not just here, but around the world, agree on, okay? If the war that Europe and the EU have started, NATO, that's been going on for 15 years against Russia, totally encircling them, continues in every scenario, and it's a nuclear war, okay? That's why Trump's trying to stop this, okay? Because once Russia defeats the NATO proxy forces, which it's done, NATO is going to invade officially. So today, Keir Starmer and Zelensky, all of them met with the European leaders, and they agreed, the majority of them, to send troops in the next month, calling them peacekeepers to fight the Russians. That's not...
Yeah, I love the fuck. He's got it on reverse view too, so he can see himself. So yeah, I know it's because he's complete disregard for rules of the road, right? He's the big boss.
Not what peacekeepers do. Do you fucking understand?
Oh
me, okay?
My God.
This is not a game.
Oh, daddy.
Now, why would they be so
heavens.
crazy? Because the EU's collapsing their birth rate. They're flooding them with illegals. Massive socialist taxes. They said their business model is a 30-year war with Russia. And they think Russia will back down and just let them have a conventional war with them. And then the deputy head of the unelected EU Commission said a month ago, and then we're going to break up Russia. I mean, these are psychotics, okay? They're absolutely out of their minds. I mean, Keir Starmer used to run the government pedophile cover-up operation for 15 years. Look it up. I mean, these are real demons, people.
Well,
they launched COVID, for God's sakes, and got caught.
I don't know if that's completely correct. He was involved in potentially not like looking any further into Jimmy Savelle's case. And it wasn't really even him. Anyway, he is a fucking idiot, but beside the point, yeah. Documenting his hands off the wheel, yeah, literally, yeah.
So their backs are against the wall. The only move they have left, the only card they have, Trump talks about cards, is war. Is that control. I remember like 15 years ago, France tried to...
All right, yeah, that's about all I can handle right now. Yeah, well, it's genuinely concerning where this is going. Like, that's been concerning since Russia invaded Ukraine. I mean, it's been concerning since then. And it's just been progressively getting more and more concerning. And I don't know, What do we do? What do we do? Anyway, this is a video. I thought I'd just watch it again for people that haven't seen it. This guy's a belly dancer and actor, Slitsky.
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are
Mr.
not
President,
strong...
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
We have problems.
And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God
know
bless.
That.
You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly
this.
what
I'm not
You're in
dictating.
no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war,
You're not
Mr.
in a
Brown,
good position.
I
You don't
was
have
in
the cards right now. With us, you start having
not
cards.
playing
But
cards.
right now, you don't.
I'm very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
what do you think
You're
about?
gambling with
What do you
World
think
War
about?
III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's
with
back
all
to you.
respect to your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said
very
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once?
A lot of times.
No, in this
Even
entire
today.
meeting, you said thank you.
Even today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States
what
of
you're speaking
America
about.
and the president who's trying to save your country.
Man. Tension's high, man. Tensions are high. Yeah. I don't know, man. Fuck yeah. Oh, well I think that's a concerning thing, man. I mean, yeah. Anyway, it's, not that I have, love for Dawn or Zelensky, but, my concern personally is just what's been going on in the last 6-7 months where, well, especially with Biden, right? Where they were talking about moving nuclear warheads potentially into Ukraine, and it's like, oh my God, but I don't know, man. Anyway, it's just a fucked situation. Anyway, we cut it. Yeah. I feel like I'm watching the shit you read about pre-war in school. That's when the drone started. Well, man, yeah, and that's exactly it. I mean, it's just kind of a breakdown happening, and I mean, I do not like this Zelensky guy at all. People have been digging into him for, again, the last, I don't know, probably the last year, but where's all the money been going? There were claims, and I don't know if they've been substantiated, but then it might have been, that his wife was involved with ordering a Bugatti. And I saw the Vogue cover shoot that it's just, man, it's fuck. Anyone who's been watching the actual on the ground footage from Ukraine and Russia on 4chan, the actual fighting and whatnot, it's fucking terrifying, man. It's just so sad. Yeah. These aren't the people that run the world. Well, yeah, man, I think that's the whole TLDR, right? At the end of the day, they really aren't. So whatever their intentions are, whoever they are, that's what we really should be concerned with. But at the very least, these people can kick up a fucking shitstorm. I mean, which is what they were doing. So, yeah. To all nations fighting for freedom, America will help you surrender. That's a hell of a fucking, oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, fucking Christ. Yeah. Two reality stars in a toss pile will decide the future of the world. That's literally it though, isn't it? Yeah, that's literally it. Yeah. Yeah. It's a fucking meme, but anyway, I thought I'd just bring it up because I was watching it unfold on there. I didn't click on that other link. NATO warning. Yeah. Sharp warning to Zelensky after car crash. Trump talks. Yeah. Anyway, we'll just keep our fingers crossed it doesn't escalate any further. I mean, hopefully it won't, but we can't do anything about it one way or the other. We're just fucking stuck here, just watching it crash and burn, right? Or maybe it'll start to turn around. I don't have a lot of faith in that, but anyway, this was interesting. This is off topic, off to like other topics that are less stressful. I mean, back to like me thinking the only real hope is if the A's show up at this point. So they talk about Monster Hunter performance during the meeting and all. And I don't think they did train base, which is very disappointing. I was sat all weekend just dealing with low frame rate and stuttering gameplay. And I was just red-faced the entire time. Yeah, just a lot of, death threats over Twitter and whatnot. Yeah. Did I fix it? No, it's playable, but it's definitely not ideal. Yeah. I've got a 4060, so I can kind of brute force it a bit, but for people with like lower mid-tier cards, they can't play it, which is really shitty for them. So anyway, yeah, it is what it is. It's been a lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun playing it, but I'm a huge fan of the series. Like, at the end of the day, like when you're in the middle of hunting monsters, like, you're not going to notice that the textures aren't loading completely quickly because it's so intense. But I've only got 1080p Rabbit. Yeah, I've got a 4060 at 1080p. Yeah. It's 144 hertz on the monitor, and I just run at 1080p, and that's usually what I go for. But yeah, my brother has 4K, and he was trying to run it at 60 FPS 4K. I don't know what he has, a 3080 Ti maybe, something like that. So a pretty beefy card, but he was even struggling to get decent frames with that, which is crazy for everyone here that knows computers knows that even with a 4060, I should be able to run that at 60 FPS flawlessly at 1080p, and I can't. I'm using frame gen, and I'm barely hitting 60 FPS. And beyond that, it's just the game isn't optimized at all. Like the textures are fucked. There's something wrong. Like the game didn't ship ready. I wrote a review on Steam. I essentially said that if you're not a like veteran of the series, like you just love the game, don't buy it. That was essentially that's kind of the consensus that I've seen. Where if you don't have good hardware, if you're someone who's played through the series and loved it, then yeah, you should probably get it and just play through it. But if you're not someone who loves Monster Hunter and you just want to try it out, it's probably the wrong game, because you're going to go in there and you're just going to be like, what the fuck is this? Because the game's not done. The game needed like probably another like 6+ months of optimization. And not just with the texture issues, there's other issues with it too. There's some gameplay issues. There's some, 100%, man, I know. There's some balance issues in the game. Like, we're obviously all pretty good at the game because some of us have been playing it for 20 years, right? I've been playing for, 12 years, 13 years. So we're pretty competent, and like, man, like typically how the game goes in Monster Hunter is you start off at like the lower level quests and monsters, and it might take you like 15, 20 minutes to kill a monster, right? It was taking us like 5, 6, 7 minutes, and we were like, ooh. And then you go into the higher ranks, and when you go from that lower rank to the higher rank, you're looking at like 25+ minutes sometimes by yourself to kill something with lower rank gear. But I was still killing things in like 6, 7 minutes, and I was like, oh. And anyway, it's just gotten worse, and we've gotten better gear now. Like, monsters don't even move. It's kind of, as much as I love the game, like, it's a bit of a disaster, the balancing. Yeah. You're not trying to enable the AI crap. Yeah, I've got frame gen on, man. Yeah, I've got frame gen on, and it still dips like a motherfucker. Yeah, I don't have the VRAM, supposedly. Some people are saying that you needed to get, I've only got 8 gigs of VRAM on this fucking 4060, which is crazy. I should have got the TI, but it wasn't out when I bought it. But yeah, so I've just been dealing with the dips and whatnot. It's I'll hover around 50 to 70 FPS, but so there's something wrong with it. So is what it is. Same thing with Dragon's Dogma 2. From it, played that on PC. Fucking disaster. terribly optimized, almost in an unplayable state. Balanced as well, terribly balanced. The game combat was terribly balanced the entire time. You just destroyed everything. You could break it very easily. Like other games like Elden Ring, like they balance things like very intricately. Like you don't break that game very easily, and there's a huge learning curve, and it feels very rewarding and fulfilling. It's not really feeling like that, and it's just a shame. I mean, I love the game series. I love the lore. I love the worlds. I love how the game plays. The game plays incredibly. It's just a shame they didn't take more time to optimize and balance it. So yeah, it is what it is. But I didn't really have high hopes after the beta because I was thinking, ooh, are they really going to fix this? You have a 4090, as long as I can play games at 60 plus FPS, I'll not be upgrading for quite some time. In 4K, oh fuck man, yeah. Well, see, you won't need to though. Yeah. If you could try it, it's a beautiful game. It's a shame too because like with your card, the game would look incredible, right? It's like with my card, any mid-tier card, you have to turn shit down to get it to run properly and stop it from stuttering, and it does suffer visually. It again, just not optimized at all. But you know, is what it is, right? Is what it is. I wish it wasn't like that, but that's welcome to gaming now in 2025. No one really gives a fuck. Just very sad. Anyway, yeah. In other news, I've been following this guy for some time. This Brian Johnson guy. Some people call him like a real life vampire because he used his son's blood or sucked out his son's plasma, however he went about that, and put it inside him. Conquering death will be humanity's greatest achievement. Brian, brother, I can promise you we're not going to do that. But if we can live a little bit longer, be healthier in the meantime, that'd be wonderful. Brian, his 666 followers. Oh, he's following 666 people. That's, oh my, Brian. What does this all mean? Anyway, I find him, he's interesting. Like, he's an interesting guy because he's turned his body to an experiment for everybody to see. And as much as he comes across as a little bit strange, I find the data to be really fascinating that he gets out of some of these experiments. Like I found that he did this experiment with meal timing and sleep quality. They did, like, no one's really done this ever, but he did it. He spent the money to do it. And he found out that his last meal had to be at around noon to optimize his sleep time. So he eats his last meal at noon and goes to bed at 8 a.m. And that like min-maxes his sleep quality, which is crazy to think about. Now it's just him, obviously, but it's interesting. It's little things that like we might be doing nowadays, like, and maybe back in the day when people were like cave people, they ate like one big meal around probably like noon, you know, for lunch, and then that was it. And then that's just how we worked. And we went to bed as soon as it got dark, and we woke up as soon as the light came out. And like we wonder why everyone's fucked now. We have all these anxiety mental health issues. Anyway, all that aside, the LA fires filled my body with harmful toxins. One toxic chemical, NAPR, an organic solvent used in metal cleaning, foam gluing, and dry cleaning, increased by 728%. If you're exposed to, here's what you can do. This is really fascinating. Yeah. This is really fascinating. Look at this. Metabolite results. So he was in LA and he got subjected to these things, and he was able to track and show that he had all of these chemicals in his body that are carcinogenic. That's pretty fucking terrifying when you think about it, right? Pretty fucking crazy. Again, nobody would have known unless you had someone like Brian doing their fucking blood work every fucking day and scanning for these pollutants. So, you know, for people that are in LA or were subjected to these fires, man, might want to, I mean, what can you, and then he's got a protocol to try and detox people. My urinary toxins panel taken at the height of the LA fire showed exactly 9 increased metabolite toxins. Holy shit. Crazy, huh? That's incredibly valuable data for people. Again, people shit on him all the time, but I'm like, fuck, you know, very revealing. Very revealing. I mean, you know, I wouldn't want to live that lifestyle. Like, fuck, I'm eating my last meal at noon. I'm not going to bed at 8 o'clock, but you know, if he can discover some things, and there's some applicable things he has out there. Anyway, this is kind of unrelated, but I just saw that. I thought that was really fucking fascinating that he was able to pick that stuff up. Crazy fucking shit. Anyway, on to this shit now. Oh, Jesus Christ. What was I going to pull up first? Maybe this. Elon was on Joe's podcast again. And he made some claims. This isn't necessarily it, but
Christopher Mellon, who worked in the State Department, said that they have high-resolution photos and videos of these things, and that's all that he's seen it. It's all locked away. Whenever people say that to me, I'm like, don't even tell me that then. Don't, unless you have...
Just leak it, for God's sake.
Put it out there.
Yeah.
Like, let it slip.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just leak it. Just leak it, for God's sakes. Holy fucking Christ, bro. He's probably calling for the leakers. Goddamn, Elon. Just memeing. Elon was talking about how, I couldn't find the actual clip when he was on here, but he was talking about how he's fairly sure that there are no UAP or alien spacecraft at like Lockheed, Raytheon, etc., XYZ aerospace companies, because he's been throughout them and he has a top secret clearance. And so he's telling Joe he's not convinced that they have anything off-world, which was interesting. Now, there was some pushback on that because, as people were saying about the special access programs, the WooSaps, right, the PSAPs, some of these special access programs are kind of off the books, and you need more than a top secret clearance to be allowed to be in on them. So Elon likely didn't go through every fucking hangar out there. And some of that stuff would be locked away fairly tightly. So again, interesting claim, but yeah, you wouldn't believe anything Elon says. Yeah, and I think the way he said it was more like, well, I haven't seen anything, you know, but it's like that's not necessarily meaning it's not there, but yeah. Okay, man. So I would sooner take the word of someone like Dave Grush, who spoke to these people firsthand and has the receipts, than like listen to Elon, or people kind of put this idea down. Oh, Elon's been there. It's like, no, it's more complicated than that, right? It's not quite that simple. Anyway, yeah. Isn't sold on the idea of UFOs. Yeah, I don't. Again, Elon's like coming from like an engineering background. He's a very mechanically minded guy. I get that. I think it's much more of a metaphysical phenomena. It's stranger, right? Than I think some people want to contend with, or just want to get involved with. So, anyway, just thought I'd bring that up. A little anecdote from, I think he was on Friday or Saturday he was on, but that clip in particular about him saying they should just leak it to the public, and the clip too that he had been there and been through the aerospace companies and saw nothing, I thought was still interesting. So yeah, Golf, what's up? Well, the medical information we get from that man, I would submit that to humanity as a whole benefit far more if we could accurately measure just how big Chip's wiener is. Holy fuck, brother. Get the tape measure out. That'll be the 100,000 follower special, actually. Might be disappointed, but, you know, it's all right. It's all right. We can all believe in things. We can all have dreams. Fuck it. We can all have dreams. Fuck. Oh, these are two different posts. I do kind of want to watch this a bit, but there are some other things I was going to go over here beforehand. Maybe I'll just pull this up, because, again, this is like very relevant. You looked into that. Currently, none manufactures a tape measure that long. Oh my fuck, brother. Holy fuck. I'm sure Jeff Bezos has some on Amazon we can use. This is so Jesse from American Alchemy, brother, fuck yeah, interviewed Joe McMoneagle. So now, for me, this is a big deal. Why is it a big deal? Well, because this guy is one of the reasons I got interested in remote viewing. Again, I've gone through my whole journey with it. I was always interested in kind of metaphysical phenomena. You know, I have a background academically in philosophy, and I love metaphysics, and I love ideas, you know, hypothesizing about these different realms or the possibilities that might exist out in the universe we're not really cognitive of, or we don't really have the tools to access. But, you know, remote viewing was something I ran into quite a while ago. Like, oh my fuck, like I'm gonna be 35, probably about 20 years ago, I guess. Just browsing through forums, like an Above Top Secret, people talking about these psychic spies that the government had employed to spy in Russia, to spy in aliens, all this shit. And it wasn't long after I started reading about Ingo Swann and Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ that I ran into this guy, Joe McMoneagle. And one of the things I ran into, and I brought up here on the stream many times, is his remote viewing of Mars, which I thought was fascinating. And I remember there was a lecture he gave back in the early 2000s at a conference. So I think it's one of the only times he spoke publicly about this very remote viewing. You know, I had an interest in alternative ancient history too. I read through Sitchin's books, and of course Sitchin talked about the Anunnaki and whatnot, and that they're from another planet in our solar system, and how they had spread out throughout our solar system in the ancient past. They set up bases on Mars and Earth, but originally from this other comet-like planet in our solar system we don't know about yet. And so I remember watching this talk with Joe, going over his findings, and I didn't know it was publicly available. So he had talked about this during the meeting, and he had actually shown bits and pieces from this session. It said it was publicly available online, and I ended up finding it on the CIA's website under like the 100,000 or so documents that they declassified from the Stargate program, right? And this more specifically was from Bob Monroe, who ran the Monroe Institute, and Bob was a psychiatrist or psychologist that became very much involved in parapsychology. And so anyway, back in 1984, the U.S. Army went to Bob Monroe and handed him an envelope. And mind you, this is at a time when the Cydonia hysteria is kind of at its peak, right? Where almost 10 years earlier, they sent a probe to take pictures of Mars, and it sent back this face in the pictures, and it freaked everybody out. They said, oh my God, was there another civilization on Mars? So then, 8 years later, the military goes to Bob Monroe and says, hey, would you mind getting one of your remote viewers to remote view this? And they gave not only this envelope, but they gave attached to it coordinates, longitudinal, latitude coordinates. And it wasn't to Earth, though, it was to Mars 1 million years ago. So, pretty crazy. And, the findings, I've gone over this ad nauseum here, but the findings in here effectively talked about this large race of humans that were on Earth in the past. And now this is where we kind of differ from Joe's interpretation. Joe refers to them as Martians. In this viewing, he states pretty explicitly they weren't from Mars. They were from this comet-like object, which they go back to, which is literally Zecharia Sitchin's story, or the Anunnaki. So, Yorkshire tea, brother. Fuck. I'll stick with my fucking, my bourbon right now. But, Anyway, this always fascinated me. It's one of the more interesting sessions, I think, that I've seen anyone ever do, just because it gets fantastical too, right? And it references Sitchin's narrative, which might follow through ancient history, actually. So it's a pretty big deal. He's a pretty interesting guy. So this is kind of a clip it. I was going to watch through some of the actual interview.
A bone on Mars.
What?
Okay.
That's on Mars.
That's on Mars. That's a bone.
What?
Yeah. It certainly isn't a stone.
That does not look like a stone. And you got these from JPL?
Yeah.
Really?
Come right off
Yeah? I've never seen this before. Hard to tell, right? I mean, maybe
of Mars in their mapping series. See these little buildings? One there, one there. Here's 3 in a row.
Buildings?
Yeah.
This is on Mars.
Here's a building over here.
Is it a picture from a rover, or is it a picture from a telescope, or?
It's a picture from a mapping. Here's a curlicue. It's a picture from a mapping satellite. That's a satellite making maps of Mars.
Wow.
That is a non-natural edge. You don't get a 30-mile edge like that.
Wow.
By nature. That's a sheer cliff.
How long is that?
30 miles.
30 miles.
Now I'll show you where it comes from. Here it is. So that's that edge. That's just a deep chasm. That's a perfectly straight edge. It comes out of right here and goes straight as an arrow all the way across and then fades into the ground there. Here's a cavern, and it's got all this like wire stuff on the top.
So that's a subterranean cavern?
That's a subterranean cavern. You cannot see into it, but it's very deep.
And there's wiring?
That's wiring. Here's the interesting part.
Yeah?
When we first caught this on Mars, there was a bright red light right here. That's gone out since we caught it. I actually have a photo of the light.
What?
Yeah,
What do you think?
Bright red light.
What do you think the light was? Well, that almost implies that there's something there now.
Yeah. Let me show you something else.
So there are people at JPL who definitively think.
There you go.
This is, again, now, I don't know. Joe knows people at JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, right? NASA. He's not alone in claiming that there have been other people internally who have known this shit was taken on Mars and it's been obfuscated from the general public. We just watched a video recently. Now, who knows if this woman's telling the truth or not, about how they saw two men approach one of the rovers on Mars. What's his name again? Ringmakers of Saturn. Oh my fuck. Norman Berggren was a very accredited engineer who worked with a lot of aerospace companies in NASA and JPL. And he had talked about too, now this is an interesting anecdote again, Norman Berggren again worked with aerospace companies, I think it was Lockheed. He knew people at NASA, at JPL, and he had told a story to Kerry from Project Camelot years ago, not that long before he died, that there was a photo floating around, actually, taken from a rover. I don't know if he stipulated where it was. He may have said Mars, of a large man, multiple large men, in like black, they're like in these suits, but they're completely black. And they said they were huge. So again, there's like another anecdote from him. There's another anecdote from that woman that called in, you know, and he had talked about this as well, where behind the scenes, and John Brandenburg had talked about this too, as a nuclear physicist. I think, or he's a theoretical physicist, I can't remember. University of Florida, he has was it Life and Death on Mars? He has a book about, you know, that Mars was destroyed by nuclear war essentially, and he was involved behind the scenes in going back to Mars, pressuring NASA to go back to Mars. And he had told stories that at some of these labs back in the, you know, early 80s, that they were very interested in what was found in Cydonia, and so was the military and so was NASA. But they just went out to the public and said, no, this is nothing, don't worry about it. But there was other shit that was taken supposedly that wasn't shared with the general public. So could you read any info on that screen, image file names? I think they're just generic names, man. We'll see what he says.
That's real. That's 3 feet long and that big around. And it's got buttons on it and a rotating thing
that
there.
was taken on Mars.
That's laying on Mars, man.
And if you sent that to like a NASA photo instrumentation specialist, they wouldn't be able to debunk it.
What they do is they say, bullshit, that's not off of Mars. Well, I have the negative.
What are we looking at, I guess? Yeah, it's hard to, it had a timestamp 2020. This one here. Let's go back and see. See what we can see. Go back to where he opened it up. In Paint. Search Gallery, July 7, 2024, 11:20 p.m. Turn the music back on because I feel fucking naked. Shapes. These are all from 2024. Although, yeah, it's hard to tell.
JPL, who definitively thinks.
There you go.
Is that real?
Okay.
That's real. That's 3 feet long and that big around.
And
it's got buttons on it and a rotating thing
that
there.
was taken on Mars.
That's laying on Mars, man.
And if you sent that to like a NASA photo instrumentation specialist, they wouldn't be able to debunk it.
What they do is they say, bullshit, that's not off of Mars. Well, I have the negative.
You have the negative.
Yeah. So they can say whatever the hell they want.
And you can back it up with these JPL guys.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I will send you that.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'll send you something else very similar.
Joe, I appreciate it, man. This is amazing.
Not a problem.
So JPL is just sitting on these.
Yeah, but you got to understand something. You got to know exactly what negative you're asking for to get the picture.
We can watch some of it. Well, that's exactly it, man. Post it publicly. Yeah. You know, listen, it wouldn't surprise me. Fucking here, man. I see myself periodically. I'm a fucking mess. If they've been sitting on some shit. And I've gone over this before, but like, this happened actually back in the 70s. Back with, actually was it the late 70s, early 80s with the Ringmakers of Saturn with Norman Berggren. But he was pretty goddamn convinced that there were craft in the rings of Saturn. And again, was he alone? No. But nobody ever really properly refuted it. They just kind of said, well, he's probably misinterpreting things. But then he is one of the guys to interpret these things in photographs. So it's like, it's just down to opinion. It's like, well, whose opinion's worth more than the others? It's like, well, you know, some people say Norman, some people say he lost his touch or he was hallucinating, whatever the fuck. It wouldn't surprise me if it turned out that, you know, they picked up some shit and they just didn't release it. I'm placing a bet that, yeah, there probably was something that happened there in the past. Now, whether they're there now, that'd be interesting. There's more schizo anecdotes we just went over more recently, maybe indicating this, but I wanted to play through some of this and see. So I got it up right here. So, man, what's funny, so I know of someone who actually was doing Joe's remote viewing class, and he had signed, I think I mentioned this before, but he signed up in September of 2024 to do it. And I said, oh, that's interesting. And he's like, yes, I know about his prediction. I was like, okay. Because Joe had made famously years ago a prediction that he would die in like July of 2024. And he had this class set up September 2024. And I was like, he's going to make it. And I guess he did. He's still alive. So he got that date wrong. He's lived past his predicted death. So does that speak to his inaccuracy? Maybe. But I want to get to Mars. So we'll kind of go through I just want to watch through the intro, but I do want to get to that part because there's kind of a bunch of other shit. There's a lot of history of remote viewing here that I'm not as fucking interested in, but
I have probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 something photographs of things on Mars that are clearly alien.
Is it possible that there was a civilization on Mars thousands of years ago?
When did you start to believe there was life on Mars?
Well, you saw the square.
Yeah.
That square on Mars.
Is that real?
Yes, that's real.
Is that real?
That's real. That's 3 feet long and that big around.
That was taken on Mars.
That's laying on Mars, these pyramidal.
You know what's interesting, though? I will say about this. Not that I know what this is, and I'm not saying this isn't just some schizo thing. If you look let's just humor Joe for a second. It's really hard to tell. But those little buttons he's pointing to, you'd have to get a high resolution image of it to know for sure. And this is probably just a consequence of this being kind of low resolution, and I would almost say that it looks like cuneiform, but then any kind of scribbled thing can look like cuneiform. We need to get a high resolution image of it. It could be a fucking rock too, right? And that's the thing. Although clearly, if this is a real photo, they took a photo of it for a reason, because it looks interesting, right? But it's anyway.
Real.
I'll play through.
That's real. That's 3 feet long and that big around.
That was taken on Mars.
That's laying on Mars. These pyramidal places are like hibernation chambers. They're trying to survive until somebody comes to save them.
Wow, that's
But
amazing.
That's not the coolest thing.
That's so cool, though. You're saying that you remote viewed a pyramid on Mars 1 million years ago.
Oh, yeah.
You know that feeling when you're exploring a new city or a new country, and suddenly you realize you're out of data or stuck with one of those
Brother,
Listen.
come on now. Get this going now. Let's see it.
I'm here with the legendary Joseph McMoneagle. You are known as remote viewer number 1. And in my mind, you are sort of the archetypal remote viewer as part of the Stargate program. I think you're as or more gifted than any psychic in the world. And you've developed some open source protocols that you now teach as well. You won the Legion of Merit for over 200 instances in which you added to military intelligence. You've saved countless lives. And so thank you for your service and thank you for having me here. I am honored to be here.
Of course you're welcome.
Thank you, man. Well, let's get into it. I think a lot of people, when it comes to the psychic question, they wonder if it's just this innate thing you're born with or whether it's trained.
Well, everybody's born with it. What you have to understand is if you went back 400,000 years, we didn't even have a language. So the typical grouping of people was a family unit. And it would be like 12 to 15 people, from the older all the way down to the youngest. And we actually didn't have a language. We couldn't speak to one another. We started out grunting and pointing. So the men did the hunting and the women did the gathering back in those days. So you were at high risk just doing either one of those because the animals were extremely dangerous. So if there were 6 men, 8 men circling an animal for a kill, they had to know what each one of them was doing and if they were in the right place and doing the right thing. The same thing with the women. If they were out gathering in a place where they were looking for roots, let's say, and it was tall grass and a saber-toothed tiger came into that grass, you couldn't see it. But instinctively, just like you see deer doing today, all the women's heads would come up. And they'd all look in that direction and start backing into a crowd because there's more defense in a crowd.
So it's almost like with the development of writing and other senses that have become more emphasized in modernity, we have lost this innate ability to communicate with nature and through instinct.
Think of it this way. Eventually, one family unit met another family unit. They decided to share the same cave. So you're sitting in the cave, and your strong point is that you can actually almost read somebody's mind. In other words, you're reading other human beings because you've been doing it your whole life, and you're just starting to develop a language. So you're sitting at the fire, and the guy across from you is a new stranger. First time you've ever had a stranger sitting there. And he's kind of oogling your spear, like, oh man, that's a good looking spear. You pick that up, he's a dead man. He starts checking your woman out, So that didn't work. So Mother Nature does what it always does when it has to fix something. It probably installed an early filter of some kind. Maybe it was in the callosum where the mind interchanges.
So that's Joe's theory on how remote viewing developed from like an evolutionary perspective. Joe remote viewed. He did a session where he got a team, or he himself, I can't remember, remote viewed the origins of remote viewing. And I remember watching the video, and they were talking about how they got a visual of essentially a sixth sense, but a caveman walking over a hill and then getting like a sixth sense of predator, right? And they come over the hill and there's a bear's den. And that there's something, so they got some data back suggesting, according to him, that there was some kind of evolutionary basis for remote viewing. Now, to me, when I read through these stories and I see what they're doing, I don't fucking think so. I don't believe that the brain, I don't believe there's anything in us that could facilitate a person to go back through time. And that's what they do. They go to Mars, they go to spacecrafts, they go back through time. Sometimes they go forward in time. Like, no, fuck no. There's something, there's a non-locality to it. It's something that's not attached to the human body, which would make sense. It's probably something to do with consciousness. That's what's really going on. But there would obviously be something that would facilitate this happening in the brain. You could say maybe it's the sixth sense is what you're tapping into, but ultimately to do things like that, I don't buy that. Yeah. Did you remember you had the pyramids were built? I don't know, Divinormous, if he did. I've heard of people who have done sessions on that in the past. I don't know if it was the Farsight guys or if it was Cliff or Dick Algire's team there. I can't remember who did it. Somebody did do it at one point, and the session had talked about how there was a large group of people involved in the construction, but essentially there was some kind of levitation that was going on with the blocks, believe it or not. Now, I mean, again, when you're doing it, there's no way to corroborate any of that, right? Just these interesting fucking anecdotes. You're like, it's like you go to Mars a million years ago. You're like, oh, okay, well, like, how do we know that's true? It's like, you don't, right? And that's the problem with it. It's like, if you were to give him a tasking on like finding a boy, and the boy happens to be hiding in like a red barn with a, white roof, right? And then you go and you end up going to his coordinates. You go to this red barn with a white roof and the boy's inside the barn. There's confirmation that, oh my God, there's something to this. This is feedback. This is actual data that they could feed back to themselves to be like, okay, we're on the right track with this, right? These kinds of targets, there's no way to get any kind of feedback whatsoever, which is why a lot of people that do this stuff, if anyone's ever talked to anybody that does this or does it professionally, they fucking hate these kinds of targets or the woo-woo stuff, right? Because you're just like, oh, well, we have no idea if we're on target or not. We have no idea if we just cooked this out out of our fucking heads. So who knows about those sessions, right? That there was some kind of a device involved that was able to manipulate the stone. And, there's been similar sessions, not just in Egypt, but in South America. It was the guys at Dick Algire's team who they are the crypto remote viewers. I forget I think that's their name. With Daz Smith. But they did a session recently on this Vajra, this little device that's seen throughout Mesopotamia, and it's seen throughout India and the Mediterranean, and it's like what Zeus uses to hurl thunderbolts. And they had saw that there was something to this device with some kind of like advanced ancient culture that allowed them to do these things. However it worked, they had no fucking idea, but that it had been handed down from generation to generation to generation. And that these things still are out in the world now, but they're just considered these like religious relics and artifacts, and we don't understand they were actually technology. And supposedly Elon Musk has one of them beside his bedside table, and that's what started this all off. Was they remote viewed this object beside Elon's bedside table, and it ended up being this Vajra. And then they got down this whole. Now who knows if that one he actually has is one of these artifacts? Who knows if that's even the thing, and that any of that has any basis of truth? It is a basis in myth and legend. So maybe there's actually something to that, this object being some kind of advanced piece of tech, but we have no fucking idea. But he said he won tons of awards for military intelligence. Is that all legit? Means he has something right. Yeah, supposedly, Divinormous, he did. Yeah, 200 or something, yeah. He worked with the Stargate program, so he was the guy that was involved with the CIA going and remote viewing, like, Russian nuclear warheads, locations of things in Russia, like performing actual intelligence, on the ground intelligence. And that's why where he got famous, and that's why they're considering him to be like remote viewer number one. Well, he was one of the first guys that they actually sought out and trained too. But he was involved in actually going and collecting data on things and got feedback and was correct. So yeah, there's absolutely who knows how much of that record is publicly available, but he's fairly well regarded. Yeah. So take that as you will. For people that are skeptical about this stuff, like, you'd probably want to see all the accolades. You'd want to see the targets that were confirmed, but it'd all be classified still, right? So again, their people internally took him seriously, and they took remote viewing seriously. People externally, not as much, but yeah.
information.
Yeah, the corpus callosum, which divides the left and right hemisphere.
So it probably did that in order to just slow it down a little bit, make it a little more harder to perceive.
Well, that's interesting. Have you heard of Julian Jaynes? The origins. Well, he talks about the bicameral mind and the origins of consciousness, and how there's a splitting between left and right brain, and the corpus callosum is that sort of splitting. And when you think about schizophrenia, it deals with anomalies in the corpus callosum.
Right.
And Kim Peek, he's the inspiration for Rain Man, actually had cephalitis. And that allowed him seemingly to download all of this information as if it was from the cloud or something. And so it does seem like there's a part of that brain which divides the left and right brain when actually hindered, allows for more downloads.
Yeah, and we did a lot of studies when I went from the Army into the research lab. We did a lot of studies while doing remote viewing. And it turns out there were a lot of things we discovered. Some of them were there are actual brain cells throughout the nervous system. So if you want to talk about mind, you have to talk about the entire body now, because the entire brain is in the nervous system, and it's also in the head, in the skull.
This is all very interesting, and they go through, I see here, a very lengthy discussion about his recruitment, his military experience involving remote viewing these different military targets, the remote viewing the CIA was involved with. He gets into Ingo Swan, Cold War submarine story, Africa story, shutting down Stargate. This is the part that I have an interest in, obviously, which is when it comes to this whole narrative of Mars, because this is the alternative ancient history. The idea is there was another group of people here in the past. Some people posit that they weren't from Earth originally. Some people say that actually humans weren't from Earth originally, and their origins were in these people, and that they were on Mars and possibly somewhere else in the solar system as well. And that this is one of these dirty secrets the government's aware of, because they've collected data throughout the solar system of their presence still. And they're withholding this information. This is a conspiracy, I guess I should say. They're withholding this information, again, so as to not freak out the general public that, your old slave masters are out in the solar system. And that's like the full-blown kind of schizo take on it. Neil, what's up, man? So anyway, I'm curious about this, because I've always wanted more insight from Joe on this. I've desperately wanted to ask him for years, and I've tried to through people actually, if he was aware of Zecharia Sitchin's work, if he was aware of his research, if he had ever read it. If he had read it and he was aware of it, I'd be more suspicious of the viewing. If he genuinely has never run into and or heard Zecharia Sitchin's name or his work before, then it gets much more crazy. We're here to mine gold, Brother Meal. That's exactly it. We may be in the past, right? The end for again, pantheon of gods in Mesopotamia, the Anunnaki, they fashioned dust from clay, mud and clay, to mine gold for them, right? For whatever reason, right? But anyway, let's see. Let's see what he says about this, because this is what we're here for. This is the spicy meat. Yeah. Somebody said the aliens put in our DNA to love gold because that's our whole purpose or something. Yeah, who knows, man? I mean, maybe. I mean, we don't know. I mean, whether they were involved in genetically engineering us, Sitchin thought that, for people that don't know who Zecharia is. But he was someone who interpreted Mesopotamian texts and tablets quite liberally, and thought that this group had genetically engineered us. He thought that because of the double helix nature of the caduceus in Mesopotamia. And it was kind of reiterated everywhere. And obviously, it's just kind of these entwining serpents around a rod. And it looks like a double helix. And sometimes that was used in concert, like in some of these cylinder seals, with like a woman, one of these Anunnaki, holding a monkey. And then they're holding a baby in the next scene, like a small person in the next scene. And it's like, what was this involving? Was this genetics? Was this just some misinterpreted scene? Who knows? So, yeah. Stone, don't listen to me. No, man, that's literally on point. I mean, it's not far off from what some people believe. Yeah. You're on that genetic engineering tip for sure. Fucking right, brother. Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, let's hear what Joe has to say.
On Mars a million years ago? What did it look like? Set the scene for us.
Well, going back to that, DOD decided, since I had spontaneous out of bodies, that I should try to learn how to control them, to see whether I could collect intelligence doing that too. So they hired Bob Monroe to help me with that, because he's the guy, journeys out of the body guy. So they actually paid him to train me. So every Thursday night, I would leave right after I finished the remote viewings. I would drive down to the Institute here in this town and crash. I get there about 11. And then early in the morning on Friday, I would start working in the lab with Bob. We worked there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And I go to bed Sunday night, and I get up at 4 a.m. or whatever and drive back to Fort Meade and do remote viewing. So I did that for a long time, many months. And so I was being trained in that when I was taking a nap. It was a Saturday evening. I'd been working for 2 days with Bob, so I was tired. So he was doing some kind of work in the lab, and I was taking a nap in the isolation chamber we have in the lab. And he woke me up. He said, "I have some people here from DOD. They brought a target." And I said, "Oh, really?" He said, "Yeah, I have the envelope in my shirt pocket." They gave him a sealed envelope. He folded over, put it in his shirt pocket. "And I have a card here with GPS locations. So I'll read them to you and you tell me what's there." So the first GPS location he read was a huge pyramid. And I said, right away, I said, "This must be a new discovery, because it's huge. It's way bigger than the one at Giza. And it's got monster rooms inside, which is not making any sense to me at all." "That's okay. Just report on what you're seeing." So I did that. So I went through 6 of the 7 targets, and whatever was there, I described it. And it turns out everything I described was there. And I came out of there. I couldn't do the 7th because I was exhausted, so I stopped. And at the end, I started getting an image of human beings that were trapped in a place where the atmosphere was turning bad. I couldn't figure that out. So I said to Bob, I said, "The sun looks really weird." He said, "I don't care about the sun. Just tell me what's going on." So I said, "Evidently there's some kind of calamity here." And so I started thinking maybe this is a future target. I didn't know. But the whole time I thought I was on Earth and it was a new discovery. And so I came out of there and I said, "It's obvious that these people are dying for some reason, but they're human. They're just really big people. They're like twice our size, 12 feet tall, but they're just like us. And they're dying, and these pyramidal places are like hibernation chambers."
Yeah, it's Joe McMoneagle is his name, Neil. Yeah. So he was one of these remote viewers that the government hired. So, yeah. Interesting. 12 feet tall is what he thought. There's no figure he ever gave, so that's interesting. He thought they were that tall. That's insanely tall.
They're trying to survive until somebody comes to save them. And
you probably, well, you might, Neil, actually. You should look up the burial mounds on Google in Virginia. Look at Native American burial mounds in Google. And you can look at some of the scenes that there were kind of some, and there absolutely would have been, and probably still are, some in Virginia. Yeah, and there's some people who speculate it may not have been the Native Americans that built them. Yeah, which is another meme.
It's just like a new discovery or something. And the guy from DOD said, "Bob Monroe has the target in his pocket." So I pulled it out of my shirt pocket, opened it up, it said Mars, 1 million BC, which made me angry. And I'll tell you why. I hate doing a target where I cannot prove ground truth, because then I don't know if it's real or I'm inventing it. It doesn't do me any good, and I can't actually sit there and say, this is exactly 100% correct.
It's unfalsifiable.
Yeah, unfalsifiable, but unprovable.
Mm-hmm.
So it made me angry. So I said, give me the card. I took the card and the envelope, put it in my shirt pocket. I said, the next time I'm at JPL, Jet Propulsion Lab in California, I'm going to find out where they have negatives of these locations and get them. Mm-hmm. And Bob said, they'll never give that to you. And I said, they damn well better, because we pay for all those pictures with our taxes.
Yep.
They can't classify those pictures because they're in space. So next time I was in California, I went to JPL, and they have a big counter where you go in and buy pictures of space. So I went up to the counter, and the guy said, how can I help you? And I said, I have this card here, and I handed it to him. And he looked at it, and I said, I'd like to see the 4x4 negatives for those locations on that card. And he went, oh, this is the old city on Mars. And he turned around, pulled a drawer open, and gave me a packet, had all the negatives inside. So they're in my book, Mind Trek.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what do the negatives show?
It shows exactly what I described.
It shows pyramids?
It shows a big pyramid. It shows an old fort. It shows a wall that's collapsed.
On Mars?
And yeah.
Can I see them?
Yeah. I'll get a copy of my book downstairs, bring it up and show it to you. I mean.
Wow, that's amazing.
That's not the coolest thing.
That's so cool, though. You're saying that you remote viewed a pyramid on Mars 1 million years ago, and we found, how do we have imagery?
So those images, I'll pull back here just a second. Where are they? They just were 154.25, so they're probably like
at all the.
Let me see if he shows them again. I'll go through them here. I'll stop it. Just a second here. So now when we look at this, what do we see? Well, I see a mound of dirt. Now, this we can think about though, right? So now, you two, yeah, we see mound of dirt, right? Okay. That's what we all see here collectively. Now, is that what it actually is? Right? We have to factor in here a couple things if we're looking at this, what we're actually looking at. So as Neil was just bringing up about pyramids in Virginia, there are these burial mounds that are all over the eastern U.S. a couple hundred years ago. They're still around, but some of them have been like built over. Some of them have got bulldozed down to put highways in. And to this day, they usually get mistaken as hills. Right? Because over a couple hundred years, the grass grew over them, sediment piled up on top of them. And it's hard to discern what they actually look like. If you look at them back in the day, they were pretty clearly man-made construction, right? Now they just look like a hill, right? Due to erosion, sediment buildup, etc. If you think about the Giza Plateau, let's take a better example here, just to humor Joe's argument, which is the Sphinx, right? If you look at the Sphinx in Egypt, where is it? There it is right there. Now, you can see how rough that looks, right? At one point, here's another relief of potentially what it would have, minus the face, would have been a lion's face, what it would have looked like. Now, this, according to Egyptologists, is 4,500 years of erosion. Now, what it might actually be is 12,000 years of erosion, actually. But still, 12,000 years of erosion has brought this site, all the Giza Plateau. Look at the pyramids as well, how much they've decayed. Now, if they were built 4,500 years ago, they've fallen the fuck apart, right? So now you have to ask yourself, on a place like Mars, with a very hostile terrain, right? What does 1 million years of erosion do to a pyramid made out of stone? What will the Giza Plateau look like after 1 million years? According to Egyptologists, we're only at year 4,500. Right? We've still got 990, 4,500 left? Right? 9,900 and something, you know what I'm saying. A long time left. So, if we're looking at things and we're like, oh, that's just a hill. It's like, well, but let's be more specific here as to what we're talking about, right? The claim, and this isn't the claim by Joe McMahon. Well, it's Joe remote viewed it, but it was the U.S. Army that handed that note. Someone from there, someone high ranking, that handed that note to Bob Monroe, right? So somebody within the military industrial complex wanted a remote viewer, like their psychic, their popular guy at the time, right, to go back to Mars 1 million years ago. Why? Right? They wanted him to go specifically to Cydonia, among other locations. So they gave Joe, this is what you have to remember, right? They gave Bob Monroe and Joe this set of coordinates right here. They wanted him to remote view this. Specifically this. Yeah. Same with these other ones. They wanted him to remote view these objects. Right? So when you think about that for a second, somebody in the military industrial complex wanted, more specifically probably the Army, whoever it was, probably more generally just people that were aware of these photos that were taken of. They wanted them to look at these photos exactly. And what Joe got, blind, right, in an isolation tank, was a pyramid 1 million years ago. So again, what does a pyramid look like with 1 million years of erosion? Well, maybe like that picture we just showed a second ago there, wherever the fuck it was, 154.0, whatever the fuck. 154.0. Right here. I mean, and that could... So again, and like, you know, for years, people looked at the face on Mars and said it was pareidolia. It's like, not everything might be that simple. I mean, that's an explanation that would explain it away, but it's that simple, right? That's the problem, where ultimately reality might be more complicated than that, right? And there are some things here to suggest that it absolutely is, where there was an interest by people high up in the military that there was something more to this than just a hill. Now, how they knew that, I don't know. Again, my eyes aren't trained to discern a construction from natural formation, but there is some skill involved with doing that, right? So maybe there are other images they have access to. They have other data that they know this was something constructed in the past. Who knows? Yeah, somebody in Babylon. Well, yeah. So that's the meme. Anyway, I'll continue.
Forward, it shows a wall that's collapsed.
On Mars.
And yeah.
Can I see them?
Yeah, I'll get a copy of my book downstairs, bring it up and show it to you. I mean...
Wow, that's amazing.
That's not the coolest thing.
That's so cool, though. You're saying that you remote viewed a pyramid on Mars 1 million years ago, and we found, how do we have imagery of that?
They're mapping Mars. But that's not the coolest thing.
So it's negative images of those locations now on Mars.
Yeah,
and you can see the pyramids.
They're heavily worn. They're just much damage to them.
But it's clear they're pyramids.
Yeah.
That look like they were man-made.
Yeah. In fact,
why do they look like they're man-made?
Well, I'll give you the reason why I know they're man-made.
Okay.
There's an impact crater,
mm-hmm.
and on the side of the impact crater is a triangular piece of land.
Yeah.
That obviously has been constructed there.
Mm-hmm.
And in the center of that is a four-sided pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the cool part. You know the place of the camera, which is circling Mars. You know exactly where it is when I took that picture. You know where the sun is in relationship. So you know by the shadow, you can compute the size of the impact crater and its sides by the shadow of the sides.
Mm-hmm.
The side shadow in this particular case was 1/4 of an inch.
Mm-hmm.
That 1/4 of an inch represents about 3,000 feet. So the impact crater walls are 3,000 feet high. That four-sided pyramid on that little triangle piece of land on the edge of the impact crater has got a shadow 2.5 inches long. Now tell me how tall that is. That's not a pyramid, that's a shard. And it's thousands of feet tall. And I actually asked the guy at JPL, I went many times at JPL, I said, what the hell is that? I don't know. Best guess is it grew there. And I said, you're out your mind. If it was an impact crater that occurred after it was there, it would have blown it away.
I think it was from an asteroid.
It was put there after the impact crater.
That's an interesting. Yeah, this was brought up in his talk. He went over this, where he said that mound couldn't have been natural, essentially, because when he implied as well the impact crater was fairly fresh, in that the last million years or so, maybe 3 million, but that mound beside it wouldn't have been there because the impact crater would have blown the fuck out of the mound when it happened, right? But the mound is there and survived, which he's implying means this was a construction beside the impact crater that's now eroded, obviously, but that this was constructed after the impact crater. Right. So again, if it's a natural formation and it's been there for, 45 million years, whatever, and the impact crater is only like a couple million years old, then it would have destroyed that mound. It would have destroyed any natural features around it. But this is just cropped up here. He said it just grew there. I said, well, or did someone erect something there? Interesting.
The shard was put there after the impact crater. By who?
So you right.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
And what would I'm even trying to think of what the purpose of the shard would be.
Well, that's exactly it, man. It had to have come after. And the thing about Mars geology is that it hasn't really been a very geologically active place for a long time. So what happened? How did that mountain just appear there? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Unless it's a lake bed. Well, and that's maybe the case, but it's got a 3,000 foot tall wall on the crater. So that's what he's implying. It's an impact crater because of how big it is. It's hard with the scale, but 3,000 feet is unbelievably massive. Yeah. Yeah. Which is crazy. Yeah. Edge, what's up? Elon's mapping Mars right now. What's up, man? Yeah. Well, I mean, supposedly he's going to be going there. Yeah. Yeah. Where should I go for burial mounds? You have access to Fairfax, Culpeper, and Richmond, Virginia. That's a good question, man. In Virginia, I don't exactly know. You be respectful and check local and Native American law. Just literally Google Native American burial mounds in Richmond, in Virginia. Yeah, just look it up. And so there's probably tons of them. There's a guy, his name's Greg Little on Twitter, and he's a tour guide. I don't think he's out of Virginia, but yeah, no, you should take a look. Yeah, they're very interesting. Yeah. Just as a bit of woo history, we've gone over this here before, but there were a lot of stories back 100, 150 years ago where when they discovered these, they were pulling people out of these burial mounds who were between 7 and 8 feet tall and they had red hair. And it didn't make any sense because these weren't the Native Americans. So they said, well, whose mounds are these? Right. And then since then, this has been walked back, but yeah, it would be cool if he releases 1 million K photos of the surface of Mars. Well, man, I know. And it would be really cool if he went back to some of these areas and got high resolution photos, although we already have them. I mean, the problem is in trying to discern what this pile of dirt was. Because again, after 1 million, if it's this old, if you go through 1 million years of erosion, there's only one way you're really going to know for sure. It's to fucking go there. That's the only way. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Brad. I just realized that right now. I'm still in the Monster Hunter Wilds category. I'm still... There's a lot of people watching it right now. Actually, there's 147,000 people watching what. I wish I could stream it. I would have fucking streamed it all weekend, but Jesus Christ, fucking Ryozo Capcom. I guess my hardware isn't quite up to snuff. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. There we go.
Oh no.
That's fascinating. Do you have images of that?
Yeah. But here's the thing. Okay?
This is awesome.
I went out of my way to get a hold of other negatives.
Mm-hmm.
And each negative is probably 50 by 50 miles on Mars.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to look at that negative over a long period of time, line by line by line. I have probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 60-something photographs of things on Mars that are clearly alien.
Really?
Yeah.
Like what else? Okay, before we look at the evidence that Joe has, let's set the scene here on the possibilities of life on Mars. A question with a long history and numerous theories. More than 100 years ago, American astronomer Percival Lowell suggested that certain features that were being observed on Mars were not natural. Back then, in the late 19th century, the idea that Mars had
Percival Lowell, for people that don't know, is the businessman astronomer who he was involved in discovering Pluto. So Percival Lowell, who was working with he wasn't necessarily a professional astronomer himself. Clyde Tombaugh was the astronomer. But they ended up finding Pluto. They were looking for Planet X, is what they were looking for, which was this unknown planet that they thought was actually fairly large that was affecting Uranus and Neptune's orbit. Yeah. That's way back in 1930. Anyway, yeah.
Seasons, vegetation, flowing water, even large rivers was kind of popular. We had to speculate because we had no way of knowing otherwise. A lot of this speculation was fueled by dark areas and irregular-looking patterns observed on Mars. But Lowell went as far as to claim that parts of these dark areas and patterns were purposefully built irrigation systems designed by a Martian civilization. These theories were contested well into the 20th century, but the question of trees, lakes, and Martians was eventually put to rest when the Mariner 4 space probe photographed the planet up close in 1965. These photos revealed an inactive planet, barren and apparently lifeless.
Fucking dead.
Although there seemed to be clear evidence of water having existed in the past, with extinct riverbeds and basin-like formations. And therefore the question remained, if there was no sign of life currently visible on the planet today, could it still have existed in the past? Perhaps due to the presence of a technologically advanced civilization. In the mid-1970s, the Viking orbiters sent back an image that caused quite a stir. A mile-long structure that resembled a human face staring out into space. The infamous face on Mars. This structure provoked a lot of speculation for more than 20 years. But eventually, higher resolution images seemingly put that question to bed, at least for most. The established narrative was that this was all just a case of pareidolia, the same psychological effect that makes us see familiar shapes in the clouds. Nothing but some shadows and angles of light. Questioning this interpretation became synonymous with quackery and conspiracy. The region of Mars that the face is located on is called Cydonia. Some researchers believe that the face is just one part of a larger set of structures in this region that also demonstrate unnatural features, perhaps even displaying specific design characteristics that suggest geometric patterns and intentional positioning, like stellar alignments. They claim that Cydonia contains multiple pyramids.
Kind of like the Giza Plateau in Orion's Belt.
Basically, the remnants of a city, all eroded over millennia. These formations appear to be aligned in highly unlikely ways, raising the question of whether their placement is entirely random. But it wasn't just the region of Cydonia. In the Elysium area at the north, probes photographed huge pyramids, some 500 meters high, some with 4 sides, just like the Great Pyramids of Giza. And near Mars's south pole, Mariner 9 took pictures of what looked like ancient ruins. These ancient ruins were even informally dubbed by their team as the Incan City. Elsewhere, vast areas of monolithic structures, tunnels, even other faces, seem to defy explanation.
See, that's a good example of pareidolia, right? There's an example of pareidolia, which we have the face up in Alberta too, right? Same. I would consider that to be pareidolia. When you're looking at some of these structures and some of these, potentially eroded structures and claiming pareidolia, it's like, again, there's so many instances through history where we looked at a mound and said, oh, that's just a hill, right? Meanwhile, it was never just a hill. Everyone that thought that were just fucking idiots. It took one person who had a trained eye to look and say, no, it's not. And then they went and dug it up. And it wasn't. And was it Chichen Itza or is it Teotihuacan? I think it may have been Teotihuacan in Mexico. It was completely grown over. We found tons of earthworks and pyramids and constructions, or the burial mounds. Same meme, right? Like, till we went and excavated them. So again, what it takes is a trained eye. So again, that would be an example of pareidolia, right? Like somebody burns your toast, they see Jesus in it. Oh my God, that's pareidolia. When we're looking at some of these structures, pareidolia is not a good enough explanation, honestly. But anyway, I've heard these memes for a long time, and there's absolutely instances of pareidolia. This is a great one, probably, right? Now, at the end of the day, it could turn out that it wasn't. There could be some intentionality behind it. Even some mountainsides, you see some like small mountainsides that look like faces. There was one like old man. Someone could have fucking maybe chipped that away. I mean, who knows, right? We have no fucking idea. Yeah. What if?
Nations that they came from only natural processes. To be clear, I'm not at all denying that many of these features could just be explained by basic Mars geology. But take this thought experiment. If similar structures and patterns were imaged on Earth, using modern techniques like LiDAR mapping, presuming they had man-made origins, wouldn't be so controversial at all. So why does the same conversation seem totally off limits when it comes to Mars? What if these structures are ancient? What if they're millions, even billions of years old?
And again, not to keep interrupting the video, but the logic there they're trying to employ, which isn't logical at all, is, well, it's not an explanation because it's impossible. And you're like, oh, okay, why is it impossible? Well, there's no evidence. Like, shoot me. This is the evidence, you fucking dipshits. Like, this would be the evidence, right? It's just, really what it is, it's conditioning is really the issue, I think. What you're dealing with when we're having arguments of people that are trying to assert that there's nothing to any of this, and it's all just nonsense. It's just a form of conditioning. It's a form of psychological conditioning. People fall into these same kinds of, conditions, and they just get herded around like sheep, and that they don't want to actually think critically for themselves. And they just rehash these arguments. Oh, that's not possible. It's like, what do you mean it's not possible? Right? It can very well be possible. Like, what are our origins here? It's just hubris and ignorance and arrogance, and it's just, oh my fucking God. Like, it's just a constant fight at all times. Yeah. What if, could it be? It is possible. There you go, brother.
This raises another question. Are we seeing all the data? We must trust that organizations like NASA are sharing these images and data transparently. But this has been questioned in the past. For instance, Stanley McDaniel, a professor emeritus at Sonoma State University, wrote a 200-page book about NASA's failure to properly investigate the structures on Mars, and questioning why that was the case. Richard Hoagland made similar claims in, admittedly, his very controversial book, Dark Mission: The Secret History of NASA. Which brings us to the most recent chapter in this story. In 2001, the Mars Global Surveyor captured an image that has only just made its way onto the mainstream, causing a stir on X and gaining some high-profile attention. The image shows a square structure with clear right angles, possibly spanning several kilometers per side. The geometry suggests a high potential that this could be an engineered structure. Of course, the square on Mars is being explained away by skeptics as a natural geological structure. And it might be, but the point really is that we don't know. Moreover, we've only imaged a tiny fraction of the Martian surface in significant detail. And we've physically explored only very small portions through robotic envoys. So we don't know what we don't know.
Right, and do we trust that they're going to be transparent with the American people? I mean, if God help the people that think they're going to be, really. I mean, it's you're in for a rough ride here. Actually, we just hit a couple road bumps recently, and you might find those another year or two down the road. But this is another one. Like, God help people think they're going to be transparent. If they actually found evidence, do you think we'd hear about it? Right? Hence the whole meme here about recovered craft and over the last 80, 90 years. And it's like, man, fuck. There's just, you can't help childishly naive people. You can try to fucking hold their hand and walk them up to the, but they're not going to jump. Right? You think Elon hide the evidence we found it? No, I doubt he would. That's why it's exciting, man, if he would go. But the problem, like, for me, man, not like, I don't know. Obviously, you know that. Everyone knows. I'm not claiming to know any of this. I don't know. Right? But there's a possibility there's something more going on here. And there's definitely things to indicate that. it may require that we physically go there, but I do, and this is just me speaking intuitively, I don't know, but I do have a feeling just from what happened with Bob Monroe and the military that they might have more data that's leaded them to think that there was a group of people there in the past. Again, like, now they have done this before, and at the time they were relying on him to like gather data, intel with the Soviets during the Cold War, but in a psychic way, in a woo-woo kind of way. But, you know, to go to him over something like that, they must have come upon something. They must have come upon something to go to a psychic and say, could you look at Mars a million years ago? And then give him all the coordinates for all these structures you just showed. They must have come upon more data to lead them in that direction, right? My bet is that they may have even had a run-in. If whoever it was, if they're still out there, they may have even had a run-in with them. And that may have been what led them to go and look at these structures, take a second take at them. That could be it. And that would be very disturbing, but yeah.
And yet, despite this, the idea that there could be artificial structures on Mars is given no credence at all. Now, here's the thing. If you suggest that life could exist in some basic microscopic form on Mars, even right now, perhaps under the surface or in some particular unexplored zone, I think that even the professional skeptic would accept that as a possibility. Even President Trump openly floated the idea that life once existed or still exists on the red planet.
There's no reason not to think that Mars and all these planets don't have life, you know.
And there is plenty of evidence to suggest this to be a distinct possibility. In 2003, methane was detected in the Martian atmosphere, an organic molecule usually seen as a marker of life. Its source is still debated, but it could be that microbial life exists somewhere below the surface of Mars. In 2015, researchers stunned the world when they claimed to have finally found definitive evidence of salty liquid water flowing on the surface of Mars in the summer months. Moving water has long been considered a crucial marker for the possibility of evolution to occur like it did on Earth. Another presumption was that life could not have survived on the surface of Mars because it's always lacked a global magnetic field or a magnetosphere. However, in the last couple of decades, evidence has been gathered to suggest that Mars did have this protective layer, and it was probably stripped away sometime in the distant past. This means that there could have been a long period of time where Mars had rivers, lakes, perhaps even oceans, all protected by a functioning magnetosphere. We've even got our hands on physical evidence from Mars to investigate. In 1984, scientists found a Martian meteorite in Antarctica. It was codenamed ALH-84001. When the meteorite was examined, they discovered microscopic structures that resembled fossilized bacteria. The discovery even prompted President Clinton to make an official televised announcement on the possible discovery of life on Mars.
Today, Rock 84001 speaks to us across all those billions of years and millions of miles. It speaks of the possibility of life.
So from this fascinating but orthodox scientific viewpoint, we can look at numerous pieces of evidence, even the evidence of what you see around you on Earth, that if life is possible on Mars even today, the likelihood that it could produce complex, even technologically capable life forms in the past should not really be that controversial, especially when we consider how much more there is to find out about our most similar solar neighbor. But on the other side of the spectrum of orthodox theories and controversy, there have been some more interesting claims. For instance, in 2020, Haim Eshed, the head of Israel's space program for nearly 30 years and three-time recipient of the Israel Security Award, made a shocking statement. He claimed that the United States and other nations have had direct contact with a galactic federation, some kind of coalition of alien races that have interacted with us for years. According to Eshed, these beings have instructed governments not to disclose knowledge of this to the rest of the population yet because they want to avoid mass hysteria. He went even further, however, suggesting that American astronauts are actually working alongside these extraterrestrials in an underground base on Mars. Now, of course, we can't confirm or deny this, but those interested in ufology will know that this isn't the first time that claims of meetings or secret treaties with extraterrestrials have surfaced. Something slightly more grounded is a theory suggested by researchers like Graham Hancock. He states in The Mars Mystery that there could be some connection between the symbolism of these eroded monoliths in a place like Cydonia and the ancient civilizations of Earth. At this point, who knows? There are a lot of possibilities on the table. Even the question of what happened to Mars to create this seemingly lifeless place is full of fascinating theories. Over the last decade or so, Dr. John Brandenburg, a plasma physicist and propulsion scientist, has found evidence to support his hypothesis that planetary-wide catastrophic events may have occurred on Mars. His theory suggests that high concentrations of particular elements created only via rapid processes, like in thermonuclear explosions, may have been caused by a nuclear war on Mars. Perhaps a lesson for us here, but also maybe the reason we are only able to see the remnants of our neighbor's lost civilization.
Xenon 129 is what it was, I think, specifically, that they found in very high amounts. And there's two ways it can form. It's usually through high impact, explosions. So it could be from an asteroid hitting, or it can be from a nuclear detonation. John and some of his team are convicted that there are other elements involved pointing in the direction only of nuclear detonations. But the jury is still out, I guess. But it's an argument, and a fairly strong argument. Again, not going to know till we go there, really. But, crazy shit. Either way, man.
Civilization, if it existed at all. But here's something to ponder. When our guest, Joe McMoneagle, was tasked with remote viewing Mars, the coordinates and time period were chosen for him. The full transcript of the session has been declassified. You can read it for yourself. Now you have to ask yourself, was this just a random exercise? Or were those specific geographic coordinates already known to be significant? Who were the parties who requested the information that had provided the coordinates to the top remote viewer in the country? It seems we will always have questions about Mars until we get there to see it for ourselves. Because for as long as humans have watched this bright red wanderer move across the night sky, they've always asked themselves, what's happening there? Maybe there's a reason we keep being drawn to it. Because something else is going on. Or it was going on in the past.
This is a bone on Mars.
Here's the interesting part.
That's on Mars.
That's on Mars.
Neil, thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate it.
What?
Yeah. It certainly isn't a stone.
That does not look like a stone. And you got these from JPL?
Yeah.
Really?
Come right off a negative of Mars in their mapping series. See these little buildings? One there, one there. Here's 3 in a row.
Buildings?
Yeah.
This is on Mars.
Here's a building over here.
Is it a picture from a rover, or is it a picture from a telescope? Or
it's a picture from a mapping. Here's a curly
satellite. Yeah.
It's a picture from a mapping satellite. That's a satellite making maps of Mars.
Wow.
That is a non-natural edge. You don't get a 30-mile edge like that.
Wow.
By nature. That's a sheer cliff.
How long is that?
30 miles.
30 miles.
Now I'll show you where it comes from. Here it is. So that's that edge. That's just a deep chasm. That's a perfectly straight edge. It comes out of right here and goes straight as an arrow all the way across and then fades into the ground there. Here's a cavern, and it's got all this like wire stuff on the top.
So that's a subterranean cavern?
That's a subterranean cavern. You cannot see into it, but it's very deep.
And there's wiring?
That's wiring. Here's the interesting part.
Yeah.
When we first caught this on Mars, there was a bright red light right here. That's gone out since we caught it. I actually have a photo of the light.
What?
Yeah,
what do you think?
Bright red light.
What do you think the light was? Well, that almost implies that there's something there now.
Yeah. Let me show you something else.
So there are people at JPL who definitively think.
There you go.
Is that real?
This is the thing that we said.
That's real. That's 3 feet long and that big around. And it's got buttons on it and a rotating thing
that
here.
Was taken on Mars.
That's laying on Mars, man.
And if you sent that to like a NASA photo instrumentation specialist, they wouldn't be able to debunk it.
What they do is they say, bullshit, that's not off of Mars. Well, I have the negative.
You have the negative.
Yeah. So they can say whatever the hell they want.
And you can back it up with these JPL guys.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
real life Star
I will
Wars,
send
man.
you that.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'll send you something else very similar.
Joe, I appreciate it, man. This is amazing.
Not a problem.
So JPL is just sitting on these.
Yeah, but you got to understand something. You got to know exactly what negative you're asking for to get the picture.
Why would they hide this information?
They're not hiding it. They're just not talking about
it. But it's so mind-blowing and important. I mean, the other interesting thing I'm just thinking as you're saying all of this is that it's been hypothesized even by conventional science that at one point habitable life existed on Mars.
I see you there, GALENTV. I'm going to jump in right after this segment here.
And it was stripped of its magnetosphere, maybe due to an asteroid
because
impact.
it was moved. Something passed through our solar system and took inner area planets and moved them to outer areas, outer rim.
And what do you
think? Outer rim planets were moved to inner rim.
What do you think? What do you think moved through our solar system?
Some big object passed through our solar system that did that with its gravity field.
Yeah.
Okay. It probably stripped the atmosphere off Mars at the same time. It's impossible to know now. It could be a wild planet out there doing an elliptical orbit that takes 20,000 years.
Any other alien artifacts that you saw in these negatives?
Brother.
Sure. What else?
I'm not going to go there because this is all going in a book. But I got to tell you this.
No, I haven't heard of it, Will.
In my opinion, this is just my opinion.
Yeah.
I think sufficient evidence exists that we, in fact, might be aliens.
And what is that evidence?
That evidence is the way we treat our planet.
Not well.
All we do is take. We're the only animals on this planet that has no respect for our nest.
So you think we were imported here?
I think this is where we came, maybe from Mars.
So maybe some remnant survivors of that cataclysm or something, or explorers, maybe before the cataclysm came here?
I think there were people that got stuck on Mars and tried to survive by hibernating. I think elements of people on Mars went all different directions looking for help or another place they could go, and I think some of the people wound up here. Now, what happens when you jump to another planet, you leave all your industry behind. So the only thing you have that's advanced technology is the ship. You cannibalize the ship till you've used every single part on it for something. When you run out of that, you slowly devolve back to sticks and stones. And the reason why is you can't just build a manufacturing plant. You have to start at the very base, work your way forward, develop leisure time, all the skill sets necessary, and go through all the steps to eventually build a manufacturing plant.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows about our origin? It is interesting that our natural circadian rhythm as humans, people that don't know this, actually is more closely aligned with Mars than Earth. People don't know that. It's a meme. Yeah. It's a little bit closer to Mars than Earth. Yeah. Oh, but the circadian rhythm? No, that's a real thing, actually. Now, whether it has anything to do with us being on Mars, that's another question, right? Who knows? Who knows about our origins? I mean, again with Joe, it's very interesting. I guess he's aware of Planet X and whatnot, possibly causing disturbances in the past. For anyone that's curious, that wants to read about all that, anyway, again, I'll repost it in the chat for anybody that's watching that's not familiar with this. There is Joe, the guy we're just watching, the remote viewing he did for the U.S. military back in 1984. And he did it through Bob Monroe, at Bob Monroe's Institute. So if anyone wants to read through the whole thing, you can. It talks with giant humans living on Mars. Interestingly, and can I message... Does Jesse have a personal Instagram? No. Profile summary. Does he have an a Twitter himself, like a personal Twitter, or X? Oh, he does. Okay. Oh, you can message him. I may shoot him an email. Not that he knows who I am or gives a fuck. But he has now. I did know someone who had Joe's contact, and I asked them to ask him about this, but I don't think they did, obviously. But I just wanted to know if he knows anything about Sitchin, right? Again, like, just very quickly. People don't know who this is. A Nibiru guy, right? The 12th planet. Humans originally came from another planet in our solar system. We were some kind of genetic offspring to the Anunnaki. I don't know about all that either. But this narrative that there's another planet in our solar system where these very large people live is literally what he's got here in his remote viewing from the Monroe Institute. They were on Mars, and they were waiting for the return of this planet to come back into the inner solar system. And then they left for the planet at that time, went back to this planet, which is this very volcanic place that's also full of vegetation, which is literally how Sitchin describes this Nibiru. And now how Sitchin got that information, I have no fucking clue, because there's nowhere in any Mesopotamian text that talks about it. But Sitchin did have dreams where he got information. He admitted that in some of his talks. So I don't know if this is a case of just a bunch of psychics seeing shit and it turns out to be true, and then Sitchin tried to pass it off as, oh no, it was in the Numa Anu Eilish. It's like, no, it wasn't, bro. So wherever you got this from, it wasn't. Anyway, an endless meme. I'll message him tomorrow. I want him to ask Joe that. If Joe doesn't know who Zachariah is and he doesn't know anything about his work, this becomes much more interesting, potentially. But anyway, it's all a meme. We're not going to know for sure with any complete conviction until we go there. So we just follow the stale breadcrumbs and chew them up where we can, suck on them. Try and get them as moist as we can possibly get them. Yeah. As moist and succulent as they can become again. GALENTV, welcome.
Oh, good day.
Good day, sir. Were you watching any of this or no?
Yeah, I listened to like the last little bit when he had that Sam Elliott sounded fuck on. Talking about your stuff on Mars, man. There's some bones, and the civilization just starts from the bottom because they got us cannibalize their ship, man.
Yeah, it does sound like that, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah,
that was the first thing I thought. As soon as I heard it, I was like, this is Sam Elliott sounding motherfucker.
Yeah, yeah. It's that Mars slop. I love me some fucking Mars slop. Nothing goes better on a fucking weeknight with a little bit of bourbon, right? And especially some herb than some Mars slop.
Is it Mars slop? Is that your top tier go to? The Mars slop?
I love Mars slop. I love Nibiru slop. I love Mars slop. It's all connected. It's all in the same fucking slop together.
I was kind of thinking about that too. I think I'm on the Antarctica slop. As soon as I see anything about Antarctica, what's going on in Antarctica?
Holy fuck, brother! It's a spider story. Got you. Mars slop, Monster Hunter slop.
Oh no, the spider story was just like extra. I was already all in on Antarctica even before that.
Like, what do you think? I mean, this just gets to Sunday. What do you think's going on in Antarctica anyway, bud? Like, do you think there's giant spiders down there, and you think they're trafficking children to China? Like, what do you think's going on?
Honestly, it seems weird that they would traffic children to China through Antarctica. It seems like there just would be a better way to do it.
Yeah.
I don't know about the spiders. I mean, maybe, but probably not. No, it's more likely that you would find something ancient there.
Yeah.
Whether that be of terrestrial or extraterrestrial origin, I don't know.
Yeah.
But
it's only one way to find out, right?
Yeah. I will say, if you're willing to change gears on this topic, I went down quite the rabbit hole last night.
Did you now? Where?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I'm not going to share the story for it because it's long-winded, not well-written, and almost most certainly not true, but...
Sounds like our kind of story.
Yeah, well, that's what exactly. It's all.
Sounds like we're up our alley, bud. Fuck, holy fuck.
Yeah. So there's that. I was going to ask you a little bit about. Did you end up ever looking at some of the NB Power stuff? Because you said you're going to look at that, I think, on Thursday or Friday.
You mean if the price hike was to do with like carbon emission bullshit?
Yeah, I looked at that because I did a little bit of looking at that just because I happened across some of it.
What did you find?
Which this makes a little bit more sense. It has to do with like trying to chip away at the debt. So likely what happened was that they had a payment on debt that was owed. And that if they didn't get like a certain amount of money into the payment, then like the interest would just like they would pass through like an interest threshold.
Yeah.
So they effectively passed that on to the customer. Now the dirty thing is that they called in a guy who did a consulting firm from Alberta. And the guy said that supposedly it's like they could have been just fine with only doing half of the rate hikes that they did.
Oh.
So there's still dirty play going on there. But the one from the couple of news sources I looked at with it, the recurring theme was that JDI was not happy one bit over it, which makes sense.
Yeah, for people that don't know, locally we have some friends who may be losing their jobs, let's just put it that way, due to some recent policy decisions here. Yeah, it's just the reality of,
But I just want to clarify, there might be a little bit of it that has to do with carbon thing, but it supposedly it has to do with like a couple I don't want to say malfunctions, but a couple things that went wrong with the nuclear power plant in our province.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard too.
Yeah,
that's what I heard too.
That just further ate into stuff, so that we're effectively the customers having to like pay for that.
Oh yeah, well,
in other words, it was a risk and uncertainty that the company took that was passed on to the customer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, GALENTV, no one here wants to hear about any real world fucking shit. Like, we're all here to like learn about things that are long-winded, poorly written, and probably complete bunk. But it's these what ifs. So I mean, that's
there's one meme that I've happened across that.
Yes.
This might be a little taboo for Twitch, but I think it should be okay. I'm gonna link the picture to you.
Is it sexually, racially motivated?
It is a little bit of sexual, yeah.
Oh dear Christ! What the fuck is? What the fuck is this?
They've got they call it like the doomer, the coomer, the boomer. So I found out this has been around for a while, but this is called the plapper.
What? What?
Yeah, the plapper.
Okay.
Essentially, it's essentially a guy that will go around and will actively look for intercourse with plus size women. Hence the phrase "plap plap." But this one, particularly this one, that it's got the camera and the guy just says his hand shut.
Holy fucking Christ.
It's just the fact that he has his hand out like that. Anyway, that one's been going around for a little while, but I'd forgotten about that until I saw it.
I love the psychedelic fucking like blanket dropped over the wall in the back. Like that is just oh god. PTSD.
Anyway, I guess there's like a bunch of those, but it's just like some skinny guy just having sex with some like a plus size girl. But I think it's just that it has the video recording, and the guy's just like, "Don't record me. I don't want to see myself."
What a spicy meme! What a spicy meme! Yeah, I think this is safe for Twitch. There's nothing implied here. They're just.
I think it should be fine. The implication of what it is might be a bit raise some eyebrows, but
Digi got banned for what, a day? Digi for was Cartoon Nipple, was it, or something? That was enough to fucking do a day ban. Yeah. Nipples, yeah, that'll do it now. Cartoon nipples, yeah. Real nipples covered in a little bit of paint are okay, right? But cartoon nipples, no, not allowed. Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. Pencil and paper, man. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Yes. So anyway.
So those are a couple things, but before now I'll get into the story. that I read. So unfortunately, I don't have anything. I don't have anything to really share. I could, but it would just make it more confusing to follow. I can give you kind of like a TLDR of it.
Well, yeah, we'll research it. You know,
so
that's what we're here for.
It started with a thread. This guy started a thread, and he said that the claim is that there's 4 unrelated conspiracies that are converging at about the same time. And these are converging on the point that 60% of humans will die this year, with World War III to follow in 2027, with the aliens then coming to stop World War III. And here are the 4 conspiracies. Is that Kali Yuga, some people think, is set to end in March, and that a cataclysm will follow, which is supposed to happen according to the prophecy. Number 2 is that Deagle, a CIA contractor organization with top secret clearance, predicted in 2017 that in 2025, 60% of the humanity will die, and it will be because of nukes.
Yeah.
Anyway, now this is where we get into this is where we get. If that wasn't questionable enough, now dig this. A YouTuber by the name Everything Empty, Always Alone is a person that supposedly demonstrates inexplicable supernatural powers on camera and is currently in communication with Azurian aliens who told him the majority of humanity dies this year, and then World War III is on October 31st of 2027. And the Azurians will reveal themselves and stop it.
Oh.
Finally.
That's not... Wait, what? So they're not going to stop, like, most of people dying, though?
No. That's part of the contingency, which we'll get into in a little bit.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but the stop World War III.
Yeah.
Finally. The 4th one is at a post from about a week ago. And I looked through... I found that thread, and I looked through that thread. That there was an anon that was on X that posted a story, and the story, according to this guy, says that it's too legit to be fake. In which this guy said he was in contact with a rich retired government worker who built a doomsday bunker and had privy access to certain classified knowledge that, in fact, that the aliens were going to show up in about 2027, and that there was a 70-year contract made with aliens in the 1950s that expired in September of last year. In addition to that, 60% of humanity will also die due to a couple other things that will happen. And then he links some stuff to his sources.
Oh. Okay. Are you still there?
Yeah, no, I just looked at Zaz's thing. That's funny. The Esper aliens, the goddamn Rakdos aliens. No, that's the Azorius aliens. These are the Azurian aliens. This is a little bit different. These aren't the Azorius aliens. They don't all have a stick up their ass.
So maybe we should just preface, for people that aren't familiar with the Deagle mass death report, I've covered this here before, but Deagle is this kind of forecasting company that supposedly has inside information from people within the military-industrial complex. And they do these forecasts, and they did a forecast back in 2020 that by 2025, we'd see a decline of around, was it 6 billion people? It was initially 478 million. There was going to be some catastrophe. And they pulled it off their site because somebody like this, they're not known for doing this. They were known for sometimes maybe embellishing things a little bit, but they were not known to make these kinds of dire predictions. And they explained their logic in the post why they did it. They foresaw some kind of giant collapse, essentially, due to the debt the U.S. has. They saw a collapse of the first world, and that would have some reverberations to the second and third world. And they ended up pulling it down because it created such a stir. But people.
There was there's a picture that I shared with you that I guess that is from Deagle.com.
Yes, this is it. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. There it is. There. Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah. Year 2017. Yeah. You can see that in 2017 the population is 327 million. You can see the forecast in 2025 is the population of the United States drops by 100 million. The gross domestic product drops by 2.4 trillion. Essentially, there's a giant collapse. Military budget down 32 billion. Yeah, there was going to be a big die-off of people. And they thought it was to do with some kind of collapse that was going to happen in the U.S. And I thought there was an elaboration of this, that there was going to be some further collapse in the globe, but maybe that was further speculation.
There's a couple claims about that as we go further along.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's the forecast. The gross domestic product goes down by 2.4 trillion. Man, that's quite.
Does it go down? I think it may go down to 2.4 trillion, actually.
Oh, down to?
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because if you look at the figures on the right, where the population is 7.4 billion, and then we're down to a population of 6.9 billion.
Oh, yeah, that makes way more sense than what I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes way more sense.
So, which is what's like, which doesn't, yeah. That is a complete collapse. Yeah.
Their population density, they say, is 34 inhabitants per square kilometer, which will decrease to 10 inhabitants per square kilometer.
Fucking like that's just so that is correct. Yeah, that is correct.
That'll be a die-off of 227 million people from the year 2017.
Killa, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody from Killa's stream to SKIZ0 Sunday with Jim Russell and GALENTV. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yes.
That was another thing. I see that you've recouped some of the people that you're still going strong from last week.
Oh, yes.
The other thing I was going to bring.
Yes. Last time we were on, we had some discussion about things.
Yeah, after we're going off last week.
People had a couple people. I whatever. People don't like some of these conversations. It is what it is, But yeah.
Anyway, we'll go on here. Okay. So this is a thread, and I'm just going to give you just kind of quick bits of it.
What's up, Killa?
There's a guy that made a thread, and he said that he was new to 4chan, and this was on Monday, February 24th. So that was a week from tomorrow.
Yeah.
He says that he needs to get something off his chest or off his shoulders, and that his conscience was having a guilt trip and whatnot. So the gestalt that he gives us is that by July 16th of 2026, MJ-12 will launch a fake alien invasion. Now, these aliens are biological android perfected by the mid-1970s, and they have an on-off switch in which the secret government calls them the PLFs, or Programmed Life Forms, perhaps known as NPCs.
Okay, yeah.
He didn't say that, but that's as soon as they saw PLF, that's what I said. That's what I thought.
Holy fucking Christ!
So they will pilot ARVs, or alien reproduction vehicles. And these are the human back-engineered UFOs or alien scoutcrafts. They will only launch 100 of these, or hundreds of these, but through Project Bluebeam and other holographic technology run by NASA, they will make them appear as 100,000 or so. And the invasion will last until September of 2027.
I see.
But 2 months before that, the UN will restore communications to the internet, radio, and all to announce that we need to unite as a one-world government to defeat our common enemy. And then that during that announcement, they will also bring out the real aliens. Say that these are the good aliens who are going to help us. And while we're defeating the real aliens or the fake aliens, I don't know. Honestly, it's not well written. Now, the guy does say that English isn't his first language, and he gets into that, and that makes sense. But the first one I was reading through it, I was like, this just sounds like schizophrenic ramblings.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, so the reason that this happened, and he says that this is the MJ-12, who are the secret rulers of the world. They made a contract with ETE-1. Or EBE-1, maybe it means extraterrestrial biological entity 1.
Yeah.
After Roswell, for technology. In exchange, we'll give them humans for their breeding or hybrid program, which numbers to about 25,000 people per year from the United States alone, and then from other countries as well. The contract lasted 70 years from 1954 and then expired in September of 2024. And we couldn't disclose the presence of aliens as per terms of the contract. So, after the contract ends, they planned on releasing everything to the public, but the original plan, luck wasn't on our side, and some unfortunate things took place, which they'll get into.
Okay. So again, for people that don't know, not to interrupt you, MJ12, Majestic 12 was supposedly this organization formed after the crash at Roswell. Some people think it was a real organization, that it's actually also a classification. So that there's a you get like Q clearance or whatever, that there would be a clearance called Majestic. And people like Bob Lazar talked about that he had a Majestic clearance, that Majestic 12 was made up of 12 people from the military industrial complex, science, government. People like Stanton Friedman, who were very credited guy, physicist who was a researcher in ufology, was convinced from data documents that they were a real organization of people that were involved in the secrecy over the UFO topic. So, for people that don't know, but most people will probably know. So, anyway, yeah, sorry, continue. I just want to clarify bits and pieces out of the story that are real. Yeah, possibly real. Yeah.
No, that was good because that gave me a moment to just kind of go through this. So it goes on, and we say fast forward to 1957, and familiar character lands here, none other than our guy, Valiant Thor.
Oh fuck.
He lands, and yes, this story was real, but the nickname was given to him by humans, and it's not his real name. He lands in Virginia in broad daylight by UFO and police and so on. We know that, and they interrogate him for a while. It turns out that he was an envoy for a galactic federation based, and they had a branch in our solar system on Venus, which is underground, and that he looked human just like us. And his federation is called the GFL for short, or the Galactic Federation of Light, and the real inspiration for Star Trek. And that he goes on to claim that Spielberg runs a program, that he's in the know with the MJ12, and that he's a puppet of them. So anyway, so the conditions for joining this federation to travel to the stars was that we had to give up all of our nuclear weapons, and we had to become a one-world government. And they thought that because any planet that still has like borders and whatnot is effectively seen as too immature, that they would need to unite as people. So now we see that's where the one-world government comes in, or the notion of it. So what happens is that they would like to join, or that the MJ12 would like to join. However, they can't because they're under contract with this EBE-1. Once the contract ends, then they can join the thing. So we were unable to join until September of 2024. Now, turns out the real reason he's here is because his home and the civs and other civilizations are part and founders of the GFL. It's because of a civilization known as the Trantiloids. The name was leaked a long time ago, and he said the Reagan briefing is legit, and I forgot to look up what that was. Now he goes on to say the Trantiloids are basically what every evil alien civilization in movies, TV shows, and books, and any kind of media is, but they're more evil times a billion. Now, I looked up the Trantiloids, and I guess that's a recurring thing.
Well, how do you spell Trantiloid?
Trantalloids. Tramped. Alloids.
Reagan. No. I'm just getting our friend ChatGPT to aid us in this search. Yeah. Okay, so they're like evil aliens.
Yeah, they did go on. They're bad guys, it sounds like.
Linda Moulton. Okay, yeah, sorry. Anyway,
so after looking at that, turns out there was a big thing that Linda Moulton Howe, and that name's been floating around for a little bit, and that they're effectively falling aligned with like the Zeta Reticulans, I think, from what I gathered from like a loose research.
Interesting, yeah.
Anyway, so what they do, so it turns out that the Federation protects primitive and immature planets, even without their knowledge, from the Trantiloids, because they effectively are just going to go in and just like, clean pick whatever civilization. And then Valiant Thor tells us that if they leave, the Trantiloids will come regardless of what other extraterrestrials are here. And he goes on to name reptilians as one. That share a planet with us, and they will invade if the Galactic Federation of Light leaves. So, Majestic 12 metaphorically shits their pants. They spend 3 years of negotiating about how to join. Thor then leaves and becomes a messenger between us and the Galactic Federation of Light till shit hits the fan. Come 1971, there was incursion, and a Trantaloid lands on Earth. The USS Trepang UFO incident is the story, or is the incident. The story is real, but the pictures are fake from it. It gets captured, and then Thor comes back and tells them that they caught one, and now MJ-12 is really shitting themselves. Thor says we can't bring you into the GFL unless we become a one-world government, but we can effectively join in secret as of right now. So, this is allegedly when the Space Force was formed, that Trump didn't actually create it, he just made it public. And that basically we've been a one-world government under the Majestic 12, or USA, in secret since then. And now they have problem on their hands. Now, he doesn't actually list what the problem is on their hands. I'm just trying to see if there's any other tidbits he goes into before he goes into his backstory.
So is this... but he heard this from a guy in the government, he said.
Yeah, this is essentially like the gist of like what he was talking about from some guy. Now he goes on to talk about this guy in a little bit.
Okay.
But this is kind of it's hard to like go through. It just seems like it's like just schizophrenic rantings. Like half the stuff is capitalized, some of it isn't. It's just like these statement.
I mean,
now I will say he adds clarification with the backstory.
If you fucking met a guy who built a bunker and who proved he was high up in the government and he told you all this shit, I'd feel pretty schitzed out, honestly. Yep. I would, I'd probably be screaming a lot too. It's a literal jungle well, I know, man. That's literally it though. I mean, that's what we're trying to contend with, that it might be a literal jungle and like we had just not realized, right? Just in our little corner of the fucking jungle. Yeah, man. Fuck. Yeah.
Now,
so
he names a couple of things. Like for instance, he does name that our guy Lou Elizondo and our guy Stephen Greer and every other UFO grifter formula.
Yeah.
Oh shoot! I didn't see what that was intended for, but I assume that they're wrong. He's saying they're wrong.
They're wrong.
Yeah, that they're wrong.
Should we, while you get that together, just go quickly over what this Trantaloid meme is from? Okay, so. Yeah, the term Trantaloid isn't exactly mainstream. It's in the realm of UFO folklore. Linda Moulton Howe has talked about it, discussed these entities, suggesting it might be hostile towards humanity. There's a podcast titled The Trantaloids in a Planet Called Nara. During President Ronald Reagan's administration in the 80s, concerns about unauthorized disclosures of classified information were prevalent. In 93, he issued a memorandum addressing the issue. Okay, but there was no leaked document mentioning the Trantaloids, at least. Interesting. Yeah, I'll read through the chat here, too. Is Trump fighting against it and trying to sabotage and keep Earth out of this with everything going on? It makes me wonder. The story has plenty of elements that we've heard of. The Thor met with the president and offered peaceful stuff, and they declined because the stipulation was giving them nukes. Yeah, instead, government made a deal with some shitters and got a shit deal. Yeah, it's a whole like, what was his name again? Krill the Omnipotent was like this other fucking name that floated around in the woo and ufology. One of the aliens, the bad aliens, named himself that.
I remember that name. Yeah.
That's floated around, probably brought up by people like Linda, no doubt, as well. That was maybe one of the aliens who made a deal with and they were bad. But it's one of those things, like maybe we're just really concerned about how powerful they were, that, if we broke the treaty, then they'd just fucking come down and kill everything and kill everyone. But yeah, I just Gidgey's asking Galen, what do you think about Danny Sheehan?
Oh, who's Danny Sheehan again?
He's a guy with the long curly white hair who's a lawyer. He was Stephen Greer's lawyer for a while. He's now representing Dave Grush and Lou Elizondo. Yeah. You don't know about him?
Yeah, but just based purely on that he's representing Greer and then he switched to represent these other guys. He kind of reminds me of... forgive me, I have to bring sports into this.
Oh, Jesus.
Just briefly.
Yes.
So, I think I told you about Deshaun Watson a couple weeks ago. So he was a quarterback for the Cleveland Browns who had like some 27 sexual assault cases against him. And what the alleged story was is that he would find these massage therapists on Instagram and try to get them to go to his place to massage. And when they would get there to massage him and they would get ready, he would strip down butt naked and demand they massage his buttocks with peanut oil and whatnot. And that there was
Fuck
so
yeah.
he's known as Mr. Peanut Oil himself.
What a great guy.
Anyway, so the lawyer that represented the majority of these 27 women, I can't remember his name, but now there's another case where with another massage therapists in the Baltimore area that are now filed lawsuits against the Baltimore Ravens kicker Justin Tucker, and I think it's the same guy that's representing these. So what it seems like is that, so based on that opinion, this is just a guy that maybe his heart's in the right place, or maybe he's just this is an opportunity here to make a payday. I don't care if the claims are crazy. I don't care, and maybe you believe them all. I'm going to get paid off this. And you know what? I'm going to get some publicity too. And maybe that's what that guy's deal is.
So what you're saying is Danny Sheehan gets his pussy massaged with peanut oil.
No, what I'm saying is that Danny Sheehan may have questionable motives, but I don't know.
We don't know how much peanut oil.
I don't know anything about. Well, he could be loaded in the peanut oil for all we know.
Holy fucking Christ! I never heard of people using peanut oil. Anyway, fuck yeah, okay. Yeah.
So this is another post of this guy. There's another part of it too that he says. So this is it. So in the files that he's been exposed to. So this guy's known as MJ Killer.
Oh my!
Now, I don't think he's the Michael Jackson killer or the Michael Jordan killer. I think he's the Majestic Killer, I think is what he's trying to go for. So, in the files, they plan to start World War III and a United States Civil War to fuck us up even more, and then in order to break in the people. I don't know what he means by that. They plan to occur like a domino effect signal. The start of the signal is a fake alien invasion. These steps were called precursors in the files. So the precursors are as follows. The James Webb Telescope finds biological signatures in TRAPPIST-1 Alpha Mencey star systems. In the files, they call the JWST, JWST-A, an advanced space telescope. A terrorist organization in possession of a nation, either Syria or Afghanistan, will ally itself with America in case of an upcoming war. Last but not least, the Dome of the Rock will be destroyed to make three religions fight on who gets to rebuild it and usher in their biblical Abrahamic prophecies, but in reality, they will usher in World War III.
Okay.
So that was his thing, and I think that's really the last thing of note he says before he gets into he answers some questions like he says MAGIC stands for Military and Joint Intelligence Committee, is a committee of roughly 200 people who report to MJ-12. Each MJ-12 member from MJ-2 to MJ-12 has their own compartment of 20 people, 20 or more individuals reporting to them.
Yeah.
All of them ultimately report to MJ-1, the leader of our planet. Currently, that position is held. Oh yeah, this is where I was just like, okay then. This is currently held by Dick Cheney, who took over after George Herbert Walker Bush.
Well, now
I don't know if Dick Cheney's doing much right now, though. He's pretty old, isn't he?
Well, now I know where he got that from. That's interesting. So, sorry, it was the Magi, right, is what he's talking about, who are the subset of the MJ-12, right? Okay, yeah. There are some people who have claimed more recently in ufology that Dick Cheney is the puppet master of all of the UFO programs. And when you really think about what that means for a minute, that could imply that Dick Cheney is one of the puppet masters generally here in the West. Now, the person that made that claim, supposedly, was David Grush. He told that to Jesse Michaels, that the breadcrumb trail leads back to Dick Cheney. And Dick Cheney is one of the guys pulling all the strings with the reverse engineering programs. So,
man, the guy who runs our planet is literally named Dick.
Well, the guy runs the West at least. Well, but I mean, Dick, yeah. And I mean, even extrapolating that out beyond the programs, who knows, right? But I would suppose that if he has this level of top-down knowledge and control, then he's probably involved behind the scenes in something. And this is the, in my opinion, not that my opinion is objectively worth a lot, like in this argument here, that there might be this cabal in charge from the West. The more I've gotten over him recently, the more I've thought about it, and the more memes I've heard about him being involved in like top-down running the UFO legacy program. It wouldn't fucking surprise me, actually, if he would be one of the guys, if he's a part of the cabal. Yeah, it'd be very interesting, actually. Yeah, I definitely heard that.
I was just thinking, like, because I remember they had, a couple of years ago, they had Herbert Walker Bush go, like, attend one of the Super Bowls or something.
Yeah.
And the guy was just, like, constantly shaking, wheelchair bound and whatnot, and you look at him and you go, like, man, that is not the guy who ran the CIA and the United States of America. That guy is, his time is almost over.
No,
so I guess that's the image I have of Dick Cheney, but maybe Dick Cheney's doing better than what I was thinking.
Well, no, he's doing pretty good. I think this is a recent photo of him here, I think. I don't know. I mean, again, like, it would make sense, right? I mean, people think that these, I mean, technically, like, you know, Trump signs the papers, he has the power, but at the end of the day, if you're really, ideally, if you're someone that has power, you don't want to put yourself into the general public like that. Like, you don't want to put yourself at a rally to get your head blown off. Like, you're behind the scenes. Like, the people that have the real power aren't putting themselves out in public like that. They're behind the scenes pulling people with strings.
You don't really know who they are.
We don't know who they are. So maybe this is a guy. And listen, Dave Grush is no joke. I mean, Dave is a very accredited guy, and he spoke with supposedly some very smart people that are actually behind the scenes working on these crafts, and he heard this. So pretty crazy though. Yeah. He's a vampire. Well, he's one of these evil fucks, man, that, you know, started this war in the Middle East and killed all these poor innocent people, Americans, Iraqi, Afghan, everybody. There's so many deaths from all over the world that happened in there just for fucking nonsense, you know, just this evil fuck. He just looks evil.
He does.
Just a shithead. Yeah.
There was a picture, I can't remember, there was an interview of him like sometime in like the 2000s where they asked him like asked him for like his like opinion or like the response of like some horrific thing that had happened, and like he almost gives like a kind of like a cruel smile and just goes, yeah, that's what we're talking about here. I can't remember what the context of that was, but I know what you mean. Like that he just kind of appears as maybe he rehearsed like this like particular expression, and then that because he's rehearsed it so much that's like when asked with a question, that's like his go-to because he has no emotions otherwise.
Well, he's just a fucking he's just a sociopath. Yeah. Well, he's 84 this year, I think he'll be.
Frig, I thought he was like 90s.
No.
Good lord.
Interesting.
Well, yeah, he did kill someone on a hunting trip. That was memed big time back in like the it was like 2009, wasn't it?
Just an accident, huh?
Yeah, that was supposedly that was like big media joke for a long time where like somebody would say like criticize Cheney and then Cheney would just like shoot them in the head and be like, sorry, I thought you were a deer.
Dick Cheney hunting trip accident. Day of the shooting, the events. Did he die?
Can't remember if they died or not.
Oh, his injuries. Injured in the face and neck, upper torso. He suffered a minor heart attack. Okay.
Was it 2009? Or was it 2000? Or was it earlier than that? I thought it was after the Bush presidency.
In a 2010 interview in the Washington Post, when asked if Cheney had apologized, Whittington declined to answer. Holy fuck, man! So they're just
I shot you. I'd shoot you again if I had the chance.
They were out drinking beer. That's a little bit suspicious, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, Frank, I did not realize that in 2000. I thought that was after it. Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck Christ. Yeah. All right. Well, so this guy claims that Cheney's the puppet master. Okay.
Yeah. Cheney's the MJ1. He's the leader of the world.
I could see him as being MJ1 because Grush thinks that. So it's interesting. Interesting.
So he said, the guy says, yes, we're all going to die. And then he's planning to go to either Chile or Argentina, as far south as possible, the closest point to Antarctica, to maximize that guy's chances of survival.
So
all religious people.
Sorry, why are we going to die?
I don't know yet. He hasn't gotten that far.
Okay,
he hasn't gotten that. Like I said, it takes a bit to fall. It takes a bit to follow.
Yeah, lucky day.
Okay, so he says all religious people will die off naturally, even if they survive the initial events. This is because hybrids already exist. Our children are already hybrids, not in a freakish way, but in a way that makes our brains more peaceful, smarter, and honestly weaker. Ha ha ha, I swear to God it's real. The only way to stop this is by making people aware of the plan, staging worldwide riots, arresting MJ-12, and replacing them. But honestly, that's far-fetched.
Now, sorry not to interrupt you. I've heard that. There have been, for people that don't know, there are claims that there is already generations of people that have been fucked around with. Now, and I to be honest, if I can recall, it goes back to, I don't know, probably like the 50s. So that there are people who supposedly have already had their DNA fucked around with a little bit, and that it's almost indiscernible, but they are different. Interesting. Okay.
But I think the idea was just that it would just make people more passive, as opposed to like, you go back like 1,000 years or like 2,000 years or 2,500 years, and you get them like Spartans going around, and it takes they take out like 50 people by themselves. Whereas the will isn't there anymore. The will to do that. Most people are more content to roll over and die than be stubbornly stay alive, perhaps, is what he was implying.
The rise of autism. We could cope with that, Bones. We could say that, I'm autistic because I got fucking alien DNA. It's like, well, fuck yeah. I mean, that's a cope, I guess, Right.
The other part of it could be is like a shift in like priorities.
Yeah.
So like the education would generally be far ahead of like what it would have been 50 years ago. But the set of responsibilities that people would have growing up is far different than what it is now. Generally, like your responsibility is like memorize the textbook or like be able to solve the problems in the textbook. Whereas like 50 or 60 years ago or 70 years ago, your responsibility would be is like, okay, do like a little bit of the textbook, but you got to mow the field with the tractor, and then you got to collect all the produce, and then we got to go ship it up, and then do whatever the other tasks you have to do in the farm, and then you got to milk old Betsy there, because we need to get that milk out to Pa.
That was my grandfather. My grandfather grew up on a farm.
Yeah. So that would be like effectively the responsibilities were different. You had a lot more you were responsible for at a younger age before, but you probably weren't expected, to be able to find the third derivative of the equation or something, right?
Oh, fuck.
Then you'd be like, the derivative, what the fuck are you talking about there? I need to go get this milk ready, you see?
Well, I know, but what would my grandpappy think? If I went back in time to him on the farm, I said, grandpappy, I fucking just killed, I got sub 10-minute Ray Dow hunt on fucking Monster Hunter. He'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'd be like, nothing. That's incredible time. Fucking most people fucking failed the quest. And then he'd just look at me and say, well, civilization's clearly just going to collapse with you people walking around. And I'm like, yeah, it probably is, but it's going to be fun.
Could be like, I can't tell you how to fix a lawnmower. I wouldn't even know where to begin to fix a lawnmower, but I can tell you every detail in Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream. I can tell you all about that.
That's a very intellectual thing, yeah. I can tell you that we'd lose our hands in the process of trying to fix it.
So I think maybe that's what they mean, whereas like the thought might be is that maybe from an intellectual and an academic standpoint, you'd be more intelligent, but weaker in that without instruction, you might not be able to. It's structure or instruction. You might not be able to survive. So I think that was a statement they're trying to make with that, and that is a pretty fair point, I think. Anyway,
we got a comment here from Golf. Bill Murray was on Rogan's podcast and was saying how the guy who wrote John Belushi's biography also wrote Nixon's. As Murray knew Belushi closely, he said he got 5 pages into it before calling it bullshit. He then said he bets Nixon was set up, stitched up, if that was the quality of the work. Oh, really? Oh, interesting.
Ooh.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, it's very interesting. We'll all read your comments. If our vehicles are engineered anyway, I'm not too weirded by the thought that people have hybrid DNA. I'm probably one of them. Probably a whole lot of us might be part of why we're even on these explorations. It could be it, man. I mean, who knows? There's tons of people that there could be people who have been. I mean, listen to the whole abduction phenomenon. That's something that's talked about, actually. Now, what the difference is? I mean, whether it's autism or whatever. I mean, who knows? But here's a little short clip. Okay, we'll watch him just say this at the start. Then, yeah.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
So, but however, when I read Wired, the book written by what's his name, Woodward. About Belushi. I read like 5 pages of Wired, and I went, oh my God. They framed Nixon. like, all of a sudden I went, oh my God, if this is what he writes about my friend that I've known, for half of my adult life, which is completely inaccurate, talking to like the people of the outer circle getting the story. What the hell could they have done to Nixon? I just felt like, if he did this to my friend like this, and I acknowledge I only read 5 pages, but the 5 pages I read, made me want to set fire to the whole thing.
Jamie, see if you can
Those
find
5 pages, I went, if he did this to Belushi, what he did to Nixon is probably soiled for me too. I can't take it. And I know you say, well, you could have 2 sources and everything like that, but the 2 sources that he had, if he had them for the Wired book, were so far outside the inner circle that it was criminal.
Jesus Christ. These 2 sisters who were part of some MK Ultra thing were super strong. Oh, 28 minutes. Oh, Jesus. Okay. They claim they're part of this as well. Yeah. Very intriguing. Well, so, I mean, maybe GALENTV, it goes down to back to Dick Cheney. So now we're back to, there's this guy. So in the story, the guy he's talking to, this government guy, is going to go live in Chile or Argentina.
No, this was this guy. This is the preface to it. He hasn't gotten to his backstory yet. He was that's his advice is to say, move to Chile or Argentina.
Okay.
So he says that even if somehow we managed to replace MJ-12, that we managed to accomplish all this, we would still have to establish a one world government by September of 2027. Or the Galactic Federation will leave. And if they leave, we are beyond fucked.
There'll be an invasion.
There'll be an invasion by these Trantaloids. And these Trantaloids, they don't play around. All right? They're not messing around. They're not going to toy with their food. It's over. It's unequivocally beyond over.
So this is interesting. So the idea is that they have been kind of protecting the planet and holding it off from rule domination by these other more evil alien groups. And if they back out, if they leave, we're no longer protected, and then they can come in and invade us like, Independence Day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember this next part that he talks about. So he kind of goes into a little bit of like what these Trantaloids do. So it sounded an awful lot. You remember that Remember the Anon's prophecy about the aliens invade after nukes detonated?
It's what I was thinking about, yeah.
So it sounds like it sounds a lot like that, and it also sounds like, I don't know if you're familiar with the franchise Gantz. It's like a Japanese anime manga kind of franchise.
No.
Supposedly it sounds pretty familiar to that. I'm not really familiar with it either, but there are people that were making comparisons to that. So this is what he says. With that is that now MJ came up with this fucked up plan that the Galactic Federation offered us to join in 1957, but we couldn't because of the because of the contract, so we did it in secret. Yes, the GFL protects other planets that have not reached the tech level of space travel, and that they haven't seen an envoy to their planet after Roswell. We became that, so the GFL gave us the chance. But if we never had contact with aliens, they would just continue like before. They showed up with the offer, you either accept it or you leave, and they see it as since that you can space travel, then you're mature to handle yourself on your own if you refuse our invitation. And they said, by the way, the Star Trek Prime Directive is real. It's based on the real GFL #1 rule.
Okay.
I think the Prime Directive again is like don't interfere with like other species, or is it live long and prosper?
It's from Star Trek. No, it's you don't interfere with the developing civilization.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you told me to watch it? I didn't know. Actually, man, I forget. I've not. Jesus. Maybe I should watch it. Looking at the poster.
It's been on my list of things to kind of. I think they did like a CGI kind of thing that you can watch on Netflix with it.
I see that.
It's been kind of on my list of things to watch for years and years and years, but
I like to look at the anime
supposedly
more.
It sounds familiar. Yeah, supposedly it sounds like familiar.
Yeah.
To what the guy was talking about. Anyway, I think that was because he talks a little bit about is that effectively like the aliens either come in, they'll either like enslave you, or they'll like effectively use you as like a feed, or use you as like a food.
Yeah, the narrative, I've heard these narratives before where they, and the one problem I have with it ultimately is that if there was a federation that was interacting with the planet, I think this is where the monkey brain comes in a bit with people cooking up these stories where it's that they would only be concerned with the power structures on Earth, and that, they would be like, oh, well, we have Dick Cheney doesn't sign this document, we're not going to protect the planet, and we're going to leave. It's like, no. They wouldn't need to. I mean, they would probably confer with every single person on the planet, right? If every single person on the planet wanted nothing to do with those terms, then they essentially would be forsaking all of humanity. And they would know as well that all of humanity has no idea of the structure, and that, officially it's a conspiracy that, so it'd be like everyone's going to be forsaken because some guys in the shadows declined to sign a document from the Galactic Federation of Light. It's like, what's stopping them from just revealing the truth to everyone on planet Earth and then asking everyone? It's like, that would make more sense to me. I have a hard time buying that, but ultimately, I have no idea what's going on either. So, I mean, I hope that's not how it fucking goes. That'd be pretty fucking petty of them to be like, oh, you're not going to sign it? Well, good luck with the bug people.
Well, this would be a question to pose, too, is that, do you suppose if there was a technologically advanced civilization coming here, do you think the majority of that civilization is aware of their spacefaring technology? Or is there, like, would their civilization work under, like, a full disclosure kind of thing? Or would it in fact be similar to Earth, where like really it's only like a small portion of the species that you see, the majority of the species like has no idea what's really going on?
Yeah, well, I mean that's what's an advanced civilization look like, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like we're an advanced civilization. It's interesting to think about. We're in the past, right? People would have thought probably, oh my God, we don't have any access to information. The priests hoard all of the manuscripts that talk about what happened in the past. They claim to have contact with the divine. And in the future, right? In the future, when we had access to a thing like an internet, everyone would know what's happening. But in reality, people have access to information, but information's compartmentalized. It's complicated. It's confused. And that, people technically have access to like 99% of all information. But it's that 1% that's particularly valuable that's off limits, and that's what's controlled by the elite, and that's what gives them power. And
suppose that the internet is like kind of fractured, if you will. So we have like the main what do you call like the accessible internet with things through like Google or Bravery or DuckDuckGo, that kind of stuff, or type in a specific URL, but you wouldn't necessarily be able to find things that you would find that those search engines wouldn't necessarily take you to sites that you would only be able to find on something like the dark web or something. So would there be, in fact, be like a compartmentalized, I guess, kind of internet, if you will, where you have a very advanced civilization, but all of a sudden there's this extra line of communication that isn't accessible to like most of the population? And that's why you would have only like a couple representatives that would be effectively said, we're making the choices for our species, because instead of asking each individual member of that species, which is about 8 billion here on Earth, and for all we know, they could have dodecatillion number of members of their species, right? So of actually asking each one to have like 2 representatives that meet and say, I speak on behalf of my people, you speak on behalf of your people. Your people refuse, you're saying no, and then they refuse. All right, then. Earth is not part of it, but you guys will be just fine anyway. And then come the Trantiloids that come in and just say, yes, another species is picky.
And this is the thing. It's like that, essentially, Dick Cheney is not our democratically elected representative. So, like, them dealing with Dick doesn't make any sense. He's a shadow president. He's a shadow ruler. He's a puppet master.
Know that, though?
Well, fuck, they absolutely would. How would they not?
You think so?
Oh, well, if you've got through space, if you traveled through space and time, you've conquered FTL, and you can't figure out that this guy's a puppet master and he's not a democratically elected person, Jesus Christ. That'd be quite a contrary thing, would it not? Like,
suppose you Jim Russell. Yeah. You fly through space and you find Nibiru and you land on Nibiru and you get to talk to an Anunnaki. First Anunnaki you talk to, and they say, I speak for all the Anu people.
Yeah.
I am the leader of the Anunnaki.
Yeah.
Are they lying or not? Do you know?
What's the first thing that you would do if you're an advanced intelligent species before you even go down and talk to them?
Probably blast a planet so I don't have to deal with them yet.
Yeah. You study them. You study them. You learn them, right? You learn them, right? And if you're that much more advanced, like just the monkeys, you learn their behavior before you walk into the jungle and offer them a banana. You already know who the fucking leader of the group is. You walk right up to him with a banana, right? You'd study them.
Suppose the leader is hidden, though, just like what we're talking about in this case. Would you necessarily... You kind of have to... I feel like you would have to take their word for it.
Would the monkey be able to hide from us? That's the question.
They might.
Maybe. I mean, maybe. I doubt it, personally, but maybe that can happen. Maybe they don't know that Dick isn't the fucking leader of the planet.
Maybe there's a hollowed out waterfall cave this monkey is really ruling from. All the other monkeys have to go and get permission from this one particular monkey, and this monkey that's in the cave, they never look out. You just assume it's the home of the monkey that's always going in and out of it, but it turns out that's really where the ruler is.
I mean, you could look at it this way, I guess, where and maybe they don't care that he's democratically elected or not. He is a de facto ruler. Yeah. Right. And that's the thing, like where he would effectively, whether he's direct, like they would know, maybe you could argue that the idea that there are democracies is just an illusion. There aren't. He is the ruler. And so they're dealing with him because he is the decision maker ultimately. So it doesn't really matter.
Maybe the idea of democracy is just foreign to them, and they're still ruling under the absolute monarchy, where they still have their leaders are purely because they have superior blood.
Does that sound like the Galactic Federation light? That sounds like fucking. God damn it! Yeah.
They could say, "Listen, my DNA comes from the DNA of the little single cell life forms that flew into our planet off the meteorite, and everybody else." Here's the byproduct of what my ancestors came on the meteorite did. And we seeded this planet.
Holy fuck.
Therefore, I get to make all the decisions.
So where else does he go with it now? So we've just got a backstory to go through, too.
So he's got a backstory. So here's the backstory.
Okay.
So this guy, he says that he's a 15-year-old Tunisian, and that his dad just died in May of 2016.
Wait. So hold on. The guy writing the story is 15 years old?
No, at the time he was 15 in 2016.
Oh, okay. All right. So he's like 20.
So he'd be 20. I think he was 24.
24.
Yeah, he was
okay.
24, 25.
All right.
Anyway, he was Tunisian.
Okay.
So he lives in a city that's close to the coast, but they're going to go bury their dad in their ancestral farmland, which is his grandfather's farm, where he was mostly raised, and he grew up before they moved into the city. At that point, he hadn't visited in almost 3 years, and it's a very secluded area in the north of Tunisia, deep in the Atlas Mountains, Super green, unbelievably beautiful place with your average Mediterranean climate, just perfect. 3 days after the funeral, me and my mom and our aunt, who live in the same city, discover that we have a new neighbor, a new landowner to the farm right next to my grandfather's. And to them, the most shocking thing was that he was an American. And at the time, he thought he was just cool because growing up, his dad exposed him to a lot of Western media and culture, and that he knew English fairly well.
Yeah.
Anyway, during our 2-week stay at his grandfather's farm, they only ever saw the guy twice. He was always on a tractor with other workers and with many other construction vehicles like a backhoe, loader, and a cement mixer, and so on. Grandpa tells us rumors in the village that he's like a super rich guy, that he's super loaded. He looked old, in his late 60s, but he was built like, he says, he was built like, and I quote, a brick shithouse. At least 1.95 meters tall, and at least as wide as a bull, gray straight hair and a cool style. But with scary as fuck stare that pierces through your soul with his icy blue eyes. After we leave, I never really thought about him, except when my grandpa or my uncle calls us to check on us and mention him passing by. The only thing that didn't make sense to me at the time was why he decided to leave America, third biggest country on earth, and come settle here in his country, because his country has a whole lot of land, and comfy land. That they had all these other climates. It didn't make sense to him why he came to Tunisia. So fast forward to 2018. He was 17 in high school, and he was a high school dropout loser with no job. He's always fighting with his mom. And by the summer of that year, he decided to leave home and stay at his grandfather's farm for at least till the end of the summer. And so he gets over there. The first 3 days go by great. And then on day 4, his uncle and his grandpa and some of his aunts are hanging out outside in front of the house after iftar, watching the stars, eating kak warka, for those who know it was cheap back then, and drinking juice, living the best life. I remember this date because it was the Friday the 2nd, the day before Laylat al-Qadr, and 4 days before Ramadan ends, and Eid begins, so it was June 8th. Cool uncle turns to my other uncle and says, Mark, who is not his real name, hasn't checked in for a while. Is he doing okay? And the other uncle says, I don't know. I looked around confused as fuck and asked, who the fuck is Mark in my head? And in my head, I thought someone from the village was nicknamed Mark because those type of nicknames are common around here. Yeah. Turns out, after 2 years of living there, the American guy had become pretty close friends with his uncle, and that was his name was Mark. He lives there permanently with my grandfather and, his only neighbor. I remember him and everything I saw at the funeral, and I say he is nice. He seems scared. They tell me he's super cool and that he even learned Tunisian Arabic. I was shocked that the scary, mysterious old man would even talk to people other than those who work for him. It turns out that this motherfucker even fasted for days of Ramadan to see how hard it could be and to get closer to my senpai, and broke his fast at our farm. I was amazed this. Not 30 minutes later, a big-ass Isuzu D-Max truck rolls in over in front of our house in a main dirt driveway. And it was a pretty new thing, judging from its shape, and the license and everything looked expensive as fuck. And the old man gets out, and it's Mark. He looked exactly the same way he did 2 years ago, haircut, beard, scruff, and everything. Opens his mouth, and the first thing he says is, Aslamu alaikum saha tribtu. I can't even pronounce that. Tribetukum. And I was like, what the fuck? Is a Muslim, and turns out that he doesn't believe in anything. He just assimilated really well, or they learned the language really well. Anyway, night goes by. He was too shy to start asking him questions about Hollywood and America. I was too shy to start asking him questions about Hollywood and America and shit, but maybe on Sunday I will. Sunday night, it's Laylat al-Qadr. All the family is gathered on the farm. Even my mom came, and the men go back to the barn. The women stay in front this time, and he comes and he hangs out, and he turns out he was super sweet for a guy with his looks. I was too shy to ask, but I did notice that he started talking to me, and when I tell you I was shocked on how good his Arabic was, it's almost like he was from here. He starts asking me how old I am, what I do for life, and shit, I lie, and I tell him I was on vacation from working, and my uncle tells him that he was lying and whatnot. Anyway, he kind of goes on about that, and the guy asks him if he would come work for him for a little bit, and he says that I'll work in a little bit on the June heat while Ramadan's going on. He said no way, but he would work after a little bit. So 6 days later, I arrive at his house. I knew the place, even played there a little because of the previous owners, were my family of my grandpa's brother. I let myself explain the land first, and I continue. My grandfather's land was directly facing the mountain on a small hill. It's about 120 hectares or so, and directly under the mountain was Mark's land, almost 200 hectares. It's huge, guys. So beautiful too, believe me, like our land.
Wow.
And virtually nothing has changed, and so on. What I remember was, except the base of the mountain, which starts directly behind his house, which was like 17 meters far from his back door. It was like a giant-ass door, like 6 meters by 6 meters, in the fucking base of the fucking mountain. First I was shocked, and then I asked myself, what the fuck is that door? Is it a dead end, or did he tunnel in the fucking mountain? And I remember 2 years ago, when he was with those workers and all that construction stuff, it was connected in my head by then, but I didn't ask him about it. Anyway, here's the thing. Summer went by fast, and we slowly became friends, and turns out Mark was alone. He had no kids or wife with him, and his son died in an accident. His wife died from cancer 10 years prior, before 2018. And he used to work with the United States government. I thought he was lying because of the American flags and shit, and he has pictures with American gens in his office. And he told me he was a DIA agent, used to be stationed in Bolling Air Force Base at the time in 2018. I didn't know shit about UFOs or any of that shit, but I remember feeling disappointed because he wasn't FBI or CIA or NSA. Back then, we didn't know about the DIA in here, and it was never in any movies or video games or whatever. So I had to look up what DIA was. It turns out it is an intelligence agency.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's Defense Intelligence Agency, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So jump forward to the last week of my grandfather's farm. I knew I was going to leave, but I wanted to know what the fuck was behind the big-ass door. And my uncle knew, my grandpa knew, but they would never tell me, and always said, well, you should ask him yourself. Maybe he'll tell you things. The thing is, maybe he'd tell you. The thing is, this motherfucker brought his construction workers from another fucking state, and all from the south by the sea, so whatever it was he was hiding, it was something I was dying to know. 2 nights before, before I leave, I was hanging outside the same spot in my grandfather's farm, and it's like 2 a.m. The old man still wants to stay and talk a little longer, but the uncle says he's super tired and he's going to sleep. So it's just 2 of us and me talk a little, then realize that this is my last chance to ask him about it. And I get quiet for a second, then I look at him, and I say like an idiot, what's behind the door? My question startled, because it was so sudden. Then he laughs, and he says that he knew I was going to ask him about it before I leave. He looks at me and says, do you want to see it right now? At the point I was so excited my heart was beating around 200 beats per minute from the excitement. He gives me his car keys and says, how about you drive us up there? And then I looked at him like this guy is the coolest father figure ever. Even I knew how to drive. I do it always in my grandpa's truck and yada yada yada. So I stopped the car about 2 meters away from his house, and he says, wait for me, and here goes and to get the door keys from his office. Comes back, opens it, by the way, and the gate has like 5 locks. He tells me that they are imported, opens the door, and immediately we're confronted by this dark, big-ass tunnel, and he goes to the wall on the right side of the tunnel entrance and flips open a switch, and now the crazy part is that the tunnel is like 70 meters deep, with the lights and cables hanging from above us, and like in a mine, and he has about 10 big-ass rooms, 1 massive kitchen, and a fucking well inside the tunnels in the middle of the mountain. This guy is nuts, but He's a cool old man in kind of way, though. I didn't tour the whole place, but it was big enough. Each room had minimum decorations except from the living room. It had a TV, computer, and a fucking generator, and he says he has 2 other backup gens, also imported in other rooms, but other than that, it looked pretty normal, aside from the color of stone on the walls. After the reveals, I look at him and ask him, why the fuck did he spend all this money and do all this when he could live in such a nice house, which is very big and beautiful, that my relatives built during the colonization period of the country in the French style. He turns around, he looks at me with the same look he gave me when I first saw him. He says, "This is my doomsday bunker." And he said it in English, and I knew I could understand because we talked in English before that point. And I was a little creeped out. And in my head, I said, no one is perfect after all, and I kind of wanted to leave. It's like 3 a.m. at that point. And I'm in a cave with this foreigner, alone, and he seems to be one of those conspiracy theorists, American preppers, but I don't know. Maybe I was freaking out without a reason. And then anyways, I tell him to leave, but before he puts his hand on my shoulder and tells me, "Don't make me regret trusting you, okay?" And I tell him in Arabic, "All you have is men." It's a saying in here that means you've trusted a man, and he gives me a ride back, and that's it. So after all that, a week is over, and I'm back to my shitty life in the shitty city. Shitty, missing outdoor like crazy, but I can't do this, the city walk accent.
Okay.
So since then, I got a job, and I go back every summer 3 times a year. Since 2019, my relationship with Mark only grew stronger. And since he was like a father to me, and so did his relationship with my family over there. Fast forward to the summer of 2023. He leaves for the U.S. for a month, tells me he needs someone to look out for his door, but tells me I can only stay in his property by myself, no one else, and nobody else. I agree, and he goes there, and he comes back in late April. This time, with an old man, the same height as me, about 1.73 meters, and his wife. Says that this is Chris, Sally, not the real names, an old DIA colleague of his, and his wife, he tells me, these two are going to be, or he tells me these two are going to be living with him long term. So I assume he remarried or something.
Oh.
Chris speaks a little bit of broken standard Arabic, not Tunisian Arabic, like Mark. His wife doesn't understand. She uses her phone to translate when talking to my family or other Tunisians, though they rarely leave the farm. But that same nice to me, so all good. Anyway, jump to December of that year. I always kept up with Mark by messenger. We text sometimes, we FaceTime, so I receive updates from him sometimes before my family from over there. And he tells me that my grandfather, who was 92 that year, is dying. He has kidney failure. He took him to the doctor with the uncle, but they kept it a secret from the rest of the family. The doc says that he doesn't have much time left, months at most. So I hang up and I start bawling. I tell my mom we got to go visit. And turns out Mark took care of all of his medication, doctors, and expenses by himself. And when the doctor was short on money, we all thanked him. Until you're one of... I can't make that out. Anyway, July 10th, 2024. Grandpa finally dies, and he suffered too much. But his last hours were peaceful. Contributed a lot, and Mark contributed a lot to the funeral. He loved my grandfather, and he said he was like an uncle to him, too. And I was thinking American is weird as fuck, because he acts more Arabic and less like an American. My uncle says that he's going to sleep, to go ahead, and I'm staying with these guys a little longer. 10 minutes later, Mark looks at me, says, "I've been waiting to tell you this now, but because time is against us." At first, I thought he was going to tell me he has cancer and he's dying before I start crying. To the thought of losing my uncle and my best friend, he says everyone you know and love is going to die and you can't do anything about it. I looked at him like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Jeez.
And I thought it was just some sick joke. So, this is where he gets into it.
Holy shit.
Basically,
So let's just stop for a second here and just so people know. this has become much more interesting to me now.
Is that right?
Well, it's just, but these stories we read here on these Sundays, people that don't know or people that know, we read these schizo stories off like 4chan, these Green Post stories, but it's like you go through them and like that's a very interesting story, right? Like I've got a picture up here of the Tunisian mountains. This guy's from Tunisia. And he gave a background on the entire life story leading up to this moment. I mean, I'm involved in the story now. It's genuinely interesting. I mean, there are people like this who go and leave civilization to these kinds of distant countries all the time. So, I mean, like a contractor, he could have fucked off to somewhere where, like probably, they're a bit more disconnected than we are here, but, they go grow all organic food, sorry. They're disconnected from our civilization. When our civilization has a lot of problems if things get bad, right? I mean, when you're in the mountains like that and you're around a very small group of people that you know personally, the guy who grows your food, the guy that gets your milk, like, the guy that makes the bread, like, it's a different deal, right? It's kind of where you would want to be in the event of a collapse. Yeah. Sorry, but just to give people tonight, just a whole breakdown of the story here now that, this gentleman is saying, this is the origin of this information we talked about before.
Yeah.
Okay. This came from, this is the guy who told him all of this. So like a young guy, this is how he made a sense of all of this. Yeah.
Yeah, this is how he made sense. But that was one thing, despite the, I guess the style, there were a lot of like run-on sentences, but I will say I was able to, like, when I was reading this, I didn't have any problem like picturing what was going on.
Right.
With that. So anyway, here he goes.
Okay.
So basically, he says that when he worked for the United States government, he saw files of a secret plan to kill off most humans that are alive. He tells me everything, and I already posted the first part of it, or posted the first time, and he goes on to how fucked the MJ-12 fuckers are, and that the bunker is his last hope, as he can house up to 60 people, and he's got some guns, and all this meanwhile, his friend Chris is looking at me like, maybe we shouldn't be telling this, maybe you shouldn't tell me, but tell me this, but Mark notices and says that I'm like his son by this point. And then Mark continues rambling on and on about this whole thing, about how we don't need to kill all these people, and on and on. By this point, I was a strong atheist, and I didn't really practice Islam for a while, and I thought that there's a life out there, but always dismissed the UFO stuff. At this moment, something inside me told me that there's something wrong with this, and that something doesn't feel right at night, but was exhausted and sad and all mainly angry that my grandpa died. Anyway, he told me that he already told my cool uncle all this back in 2022 and was going to tell my grandpa about it, but my uncle's reaction was so bad because my uncle was built like a quote-unquote brick shithouse, but not as tall as Mark, only about 190 centimeters tall, or 1.9 meter tall. So I think 1.9 meters is about 6'4", 1.95 is like 6'6".
Yeah, anyway, somewhere in there.
But bigger in mass, and he looks scarier than him. He was a deeply devout Muslim, and doesn't even allow the idea of questioning his religion to even be debated in front of him, and threatened to cut him off and the family, and even fist fight him. Monk did apologize later, seeing how Mark helped Grandpa with his illness in his last days, and now considers him a brother for life. So Mark knew to shut the fuck up about it and not bring it up around me or my grandpa. Anyway, I tell him I don't really care. My current state of life is kind of fucked up, and I want to enjoy summer breeze and not think about anything, but I did apologize to him and say it's sadness that's speaking anyway. I stay there for a few days, and each time we hang out, he tries to info dump me with this stuff that is already posted earlier. He goes on and on about the alien contract and how it ends in September, and he's trying to save us because we are like family to him, and that all this shit and Chris is always there, tell me that he's telling the truth and shit, but whatever. Until one day, where my whole world changed, and I saw that Rick Doty was listening to space on Twitter, and there was a guy, there was this guy reptile in Charles, and he's in prison, and he claims to have classified briefings, but he talks about the contract that ends in September 2024. And the plan of the Galactic Federation of Light and Majestic 12 in 2026 fake alien invasion. In 2027, we become part of the Galactic Federation of Light. I literally almost had a heart attack. I started screaming like a crazy person, scared, to my mom and to my neighbors, and I immediately called Mark and told him about this shit. And he couldn't believe it either, and he started crying, saying that their hope and all that shit. I hang up, and then I went to hug my mom for the first time since my dad died, crying like a little bitch, because at that moment, I realized we are fucked.
Can I just stop you there?
Sure.
There's always a possibility, which is why we read these stories, right? That what's being communicated here might actually be real information. Now, obviously, I'm sure you got this as well by reading through this, but, you know, this guy's syntax isn't very great. English is his first language.
I've been trying to clean it up, too.
Yeah. Seems like a bit of a dingus, but you know what? That might speak more to the legitimacy of this, honestly. That this guy...
Well, he says English isn't his first language, so, like, that could be a lot of it.
Yeah, like, kind of, you know, but trying to communicate something that he heard from someone that wasn't. And, you know, again, we're always... I think all of us here are always looking for what's behind the veil, right? What do these people know? Like, specifically, what does, like, Lou know, if Lou knows anything, but specifically, what do these people at the top of the pyramid know about what's going on here? Now, to me, that sounds ridiculous. That obviously doesn't mean it's not true, but if they have some kind of... So, going back... So, what he talked... He should have prefaced... He should have told this part first before he got into all the fucking other information. If this is true, right? If this is actually some kind of true post that this guy made. And he's not just some fucking psychopath playing games with people online, which is like 95% of people on X. But, you know, so again, the TLDR is there was a bad group of aliens that we got involved with, signed a contract with.
There's a little bit more before we get to that.
Okay, well, let's. Okay, sorry. Keep going, and we'll fucking go to the TLDR.
There's a little bit more that he says. Okay. So he says after that, he took the public transport and went straight to Mark, and he showed him the Charles Twitter account. He said that he's 100% legit because of what he saw in the files. So I followed Charles for a few weeks to see if I should talk to him. And turns out he's a complete fucking idiot who thinks he's the modern day Mike Tyson. Even though he knows this is real and saw the truth, he decides to post meaningless shit like who his favorite rapper is, what his girlfriend is doing, and how pretty she is, and how life and all that stuff is happening, and nothing to do with any of this. And he basically get frustrated really fast and blocks people on a whim. Doesn't know how to convey the truth in a way that will make everyone listen, give his words a shot. Me and Mark debate reaching out to him, but in the end we decide otherwise. Turns out Mark had his own somewhat sick plan. He says that unless tens of millions of Americans turn on their government, the Majestic 12 will win and go on with their plan. He tells me he has evidence, but if he releases it now, it will basically get him killed, because he says that people will say it's fake no matter what he does.
Right.
So his plan is to wait out the storm, do nothing while billions die. So he emerges from hiding in September 2027, comes play along as if he knows nothing. Then when we join the GFL, he exposes everything to the remaining humans. Because after 2027, we become officially part of the GFL. So MJ12 can't do this cloak and dagger shit, and they can't kill people who are about to come forward, because the GFL can't intervene if you are a member of it. Basically, he copied the evidence a trillion times over, visited 27 or 28, I kind of forget the locations, worldwide, and hid it in places that no one will find out about, except him and Chris. So then I asked him why not go to Antarctica or stay in the bumfuck nowhere in his country, and he told me he despises America, and it has become, even though he has like at least 4 fucking flags and medals and copies of the Constitution, but okay, whatever. So he despises America, even though what it has become in the last 100 years. Is not the same country as the founders envisioned. Sure, whatever you say, bud. He tells me that he doesn't know exactly where the ET bases are in Antarctica. Plus, he can't go in his age over there and drag supplies and walk around the barren frozen desert to find ETs, so that's not for him. As for America, he says that MJ12 knows about these doomsday prepper because of the TV shows and shit online, and will hit all cities and a lot of places in the Midwest and the South, even military bases, to make it look like they took losses. He said that 50% of sub-Saharan Africa will be wiped out from the face of the earth, also Cuba, Jamaica, and Haiti, and the Dominican Republic too will be taken out. And the Middle East is a big no, and so is Japan. The rest of Asia and Europe, this is an even bigger no. MJ12 will destroy all the major cities, including wiping the whole of Paris and Rome. And he says, sick fucks because of all the beautiful art just gone. Anyway, he says that he wanted to settle in either Italy or Greece, but since he found out about the plan, he changed his mind to stay in the Mediterranean. His last choices were Tunisia and Algeria in the end, because he chose here because after living there for a while, he realized that our citizens are more open about certain shit and not as strictly Islamic as the rest of North Africa is. Plus, they hated strangers there in Algeria, especially the non-Muslims in the country. And I can confirm that because he says that I'm also half Algerian. Let's see. Plus, he said my country isn't as densely populated as, say, the UK. The UK is barely bigger in landmass, but they have 63 million people, whereas Tunisia has about 13 million people. Most of them live around the coastline, so they are fucked. But he said that since my country wasn't on the total annihilation list, they will only stick to the coastlines, kill the majority, like 8 or 9 million people, and leave the rest to survive. Most of our inland is somewhat empty. Check the pic related, which he shows like a little map of Tunisia.
Sorry, so
he says,
so he's going to get to how they're going to do this, I guess. Or does he?
Pretty interesting.
Thanks for the follow. Wildems, thanks for the follow. Weedums.
There was some speculation by other people how they go to it. I don't think he actually says it himself, but
thermonuclear war, I think, is what.
There's some interesting speculations, if you will.
Yeah, sorry, but we can continue the story. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just was curious if we were going through it.
It's almost done now. Effectively, so let's see. So he says it's pretty safe from the kill zone over here. If something happens, we can go deep in his bunker. By November last year, he made it about 144 meters deep, and it's dug in as to go somewhat down. Says if we pass the fake alien kill zone, our biggest worry will be humans that also want to get the fuck out of the USA because they all have like M16s and whatnot. In other words, everyone in the United States got guns.
Yeah.
And that in times of crisis, people only care about themselves, at best their families, but says that they will turn on each other and many will become cannibals too. He said the fake aliens controlled by the MJ12 humans will most likely finish the job. And he says, and now we wait, that's all I know, boys. So, the TLDR is that this guy's claiming that in the year 1954, the United States entered into a contract with an alien group so that the alien group would perform abductions on select members of the population.
Mm-hmm.
They said it was about 25,000 abductees per year for 70 years, and that 3 years after this contract was signed, that Valiant Thor came down as a representative of the Galactic Federation of Light, offered planet Earth to join, but the two conditions were that they have to cast aside their nukes, and that they have to form a one world government. And that the problem is that we're not forming a one world government right now. So the problem, and they kind of weren't like really concerned with it though, until they found out about these trantiloids, or I think it's the trantiloids.
Trantiloids, yeah.
And that these trantiloids are effectively just like come in and it will be beyond over if they attack. But the Galactic Federation of Light will protect civilizations, up and coming civilizations, or civilizations who have joined the Galactic Federation of Light from the trantiloids. And that the United States had captured a trantiloid at some point in 1971. What was the name of that incident? I saw you were looking it up.
Yes,
earlier,
it was a real incident, but yeah, the photos are fake. Yeah,
it said the photos are fake, but the incident was real. So that they see that this is a that this magic group says that this is now a very real threat, and that we need to find a way to create a one world government in order to get this protection, because we can't do anything about these trantiloids on their own. So the appointed leader was George Herbert Walker Bush, followed by which was now running it, allegedly Dick Cheney. And that this contract with the former group that was restricting joining the Galactic Federation of Light expired in September of last year, or of 2024. However, the Galactic Federation of Light has now given them 3 more years to meet the conditions, to cast aside the nukes and to join a one-world government. The thought is that in order to sufficiently get a one-world government, you need the world to unite under some kind of common goal or common enemy. In this case, it's going to be an invading alien species. Now, they don't want total annihilation, but they need enough to get people to join. And then having a smaller population would be enough to get people to, would be enough to manage, just what would be much easier to manage. So, they will have a fake alien invasion, and then there will be some other event between 2025 into 2026 into 2027 that will wipe out the majority of the population of the planet Earth. Following, in 2027, the joining of the Galactic Federation of Light, according to the Majestic 12. The conflict that this Mark guy has is that he thinks they might be able to go about it without killing off, billions and billions of people.
Well, so here, now, this is what we do today, is we connect all this SKIZ0 together. I saw what you wrote too, Will. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, so a couple of things planned. Somebody planned to have a certain candidate to be dead, and we saw what happened. My belief is what we saw split in real time. So he's thinking, okay, all right. So we're down this SKIZ0 rabbit hole. We'll bring up another one, right? So people like Nancy Leader. So Nancy Leader is someone else who's called out Dick Cheney as potentially being a puppet master. Nancy Leader is a crazy person, but she claims to have been in contact with these beings from Zeta Reticuli. She's the lady that talks about Nibiru is going to come back and kill everybody. But she's also talked about the Galactic Federation, or the Council of Worlds, or however, there's a bunch of different names that this council has, this group of aliens, this government has. And that essentially, the Earth isn't going to join until it picks a direction here, which way it wants to go. One way or the other. You either go towards the light or the dark, right? And then from there, you kind of, what game you want to play in the galaxy, right? You can be space pirates, and the space pirates go play with the space pirates. You want to be fucking space vegans or space hippies. The space hippies go play with the space hippies, but they don't interact with each other. And one of the ways you do that is essentially by a vote, and the vote is from the people. Now, the consequence of the cataclysm is that it kills off a majority of the population. So what's left is who's going to decide, I guess, which way they go. So now, again, these are just fun stories, right? But if we're going to go through it here, Dick Cheney thinks that he's going to, with these other globalists, orchestrate some kind of Holocaust and kill off a majority of the population. So then he and we can join the Galactic Federation of Light? That sounds like a very spiritual group. It doesn't sound like that group would be fucking all for, well, Dick, you killed fucking 7.5 billion people to join? Doesn't make a lot of sense, does it now? I mean, unless it's just a name they've tagged on it and it's just a Galactic Federation, but...
I think it's to try to find a way, like a fast track a way to forming a one world government.
Yeah.
Because that's the big, if we were to take this story as true, that's the big hurdle that you have to get over to solve the problem that they're in. Dispatching of the nuclear weapons, well, that's the easy part. You can do that.
Well, listen, and I've talked about this before too, right? Where I've memed on this, or I've talked with people, I've had people in remote viewing or psychic people, or, they've remote viewed things like the COVID virus. The origin of the COVID virus, they think, was from a global elite, and the anticipation was that there was going to be some other event in the future, and they wanted to kill people off ahead of time in preparation for it. So, if that's the case, and that wasn't the last virus we've run into, unfortunately, right? If it was released with an intention, that wasn't the last, because that clearly didn't get the job done. It may have just been the setup. So that's the other sketchy thing, where there's all this woo leading up to this other event that's approaching, this unstoppable natural event that we're approaching, that the global elite are terrified of, and that what they want to do to reckon with it is to lower the world's population. I mean, that's something that people like, what the fuck's his name again? Buddy from, is it Bill Ryan from Project Camelot? They had put this out years ago. They had an insider that was from the financial district in London. He was an ex-military. He was a Freemason, and he was associated with these people, and that they were planning on moving, creating this mess geopolitically, where, they wanted Iran attacking Iran attacking Israel. They wanted an altercation with Russia. They wanted to provoke Russia into striking with nuclear weapons. They wanted a flu in China that would, a pandemic. They wanted to create chaos, and ultimately the intention was to lower the world's population. And the reason they wanted to do that was to get ahead of this other event they're aware of somehow, whatever that may be. But they want to get ahead of it, and they're anticipating it. So they want to cull the population so it's more easily controllable. So again, now in this guy's narrative, I guess we don't really know though how they're going to go about that, or if they're even going to go about it, or if it's a natural culling that's going to happen.
I've been trying to find where I read this part, but I can't quite find it. But there was some speculation on it that we'll say was a little relevant to last week's conversation
about the flu.
Yeah,
and the medicines. Yeah, and then it was essentially used to. People haven't heard this, which isn't a nice one, but we've had, GALENTV, almost the entire population has been.
So there was somebody that did the math on it.
Yeah.
And I think it was that there was 6 billion recipients, I think.
Yeah.
And that they did some math, and that there was, for each million doses, it was like 800,000 people within like 5 years of that will supposedly have like their body will break down, or they'll die for one reason or another. And that, so if you line it up with the 800 for 80,000 per 1 million, so you multiply that by 100, so that's 8 million per billion. So there's 6 billion. So
it's a lot of fucking people.
Well,
we can ask ChatGPT.
Yeah. No, ChatGPT sucks at math. Let me. Why can't I math 6 times?
It was 80,000 per 1 million.
Yeah, 80,000 per 1 million. I want to say it was like 4.8 billion, but that doesn't sound right. Because if it's
yeah, this is a
10.8.
640 million is what that would come out to be.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't quite $1 billion.
So I'll read Golf's comment there, but one theory is that it served two purposes: to weakening the immune system, yes, through continued spike production, to shut down economies, blame inflation on the necessary measures during that time, yeah, and then food pricing, yeah, that effectively, I think and this is like a dark thing to consider, honestly, for everyone, but if it wasn't an accident, what you then have to look at was what was the intention, if it wasn't an accident. And the intention may have been, and some people put this idea forward, not to kill everybody with this, but to weaken the immune system of the general population. And what you would do next is you would release a worse version of it where there is no solution to, and that will ultimately cull a majority. And now this is something you'd have to watch, because if you start seeing some of these well-to-do people disappear, that's when we probably start to get worried, right? Because, I mean, this next one wouldn't be something they'd ride out. They'd be in their bunkers from the next one. And the one that gets released, that's what will do it. Now, for me, the nuclear Holocaust thing never made a lot of sense. Although, when you look at some of the moves in Ukraine over the last couple of years, you really start to wonder if somebody doesn't want a fucking nuclear holocaust to go off, right? Same thing with Israel, Iran, like the provocations, the tensions there. I mean, these people gently from the shadows poking and you know, with the intent for that to happen.
Well, what were the two conditions? It was one world government, get rid of all the nukes. Well, you can almost do what's the old phrase from Trailer Park Boys? You get two birds stoned at once with that.
You get two birds stoned at once. That's funny. That's fucking
good. You just unload the nuke, say that it was the aliens, and then you need to get rid of all the nukes, lower the population, and unify that remaining population.
I mean, it does hit a little bit close to home. This SKIZ0 story, GALENTV. I have to say, when you're reading through like how we met this guy and. Fuck. It's some of these, you know, they stick in the back of your mind. You're like, man, was this a real fucking story this guy put on fucking 4chan? Like, you do just wonder. And then we have no way to discern whether or not it is or it isn't, ultimately. It's, aside from it being very fantastical, but the thing about all this is that this is all out there anyway. I mean, these stories from other people are out there. I mean, it's very, it's very disturbing, honestly. The treaty stuff doesn't make a lot of sense to me, though. I mean, who's ultimately enforcing that this treaty needs to happen to begin with? Like, why did the aliens have to come and ask? Is it the Galactic Federation making them ask? Like, is that who's ultimately...
It could be that, yeah.
Where they have to go and make a treaty with them to do this, and then if they don't uphold their bargain, they get kicked off. Yeah.
It was supposedly from, like... as a result of the Roswell crash, that they had like some of the EBEs from that,
right?
And they listed it as a treaty with EBE-1, and that they were looking for people for like genetic harvesting and like hybrid programs and whatnot. And they gave them technology in exchange for that,
right? And you know, but these aren't the same EBE. These aren't the bad guys. So this is another group. The bad guys are called the whatever the fuck they're called.
The Trantiloids.
Because the other narrative from the abduction phenomena, right? And that some abductees, sorry if I can say the word, have been told, is that they're doing the hybrid program because this government has asked them to do it. This is like a learning process, a test for them. But ultimately, they're creating this other new race as it's a step up from us. So this is like the next step in human evolution again. So we went from like cavemen like monkeys to modern anatomically correct humans. That was another project. This next project is the next step, and that what's going to happen, and this is what some of them have been told, is that there's going to be a cataclysm here that's going to kill off most people. And that after that happens, the Earth's going to enter into this new age. We're going to become a part of like the galaxy. And this is the new form that people who decide to come back here will take. And that's what people, there have been a couple of people that have mentioned that. There's a famous guy who was interviewed by Leo Sprinkle, the psychiatrist on TV, who ended up, he was interviewed by Linda Moulton Howe. He was a cattle mutilation guy, and he got abducted by them, and he's somebody who built the well out in the middle of fucking nowhere, and asserted that there was a water table there, and the geologist said no, and they dug and they found one, and then what the fuck, and the aliens told him to build this well so future survivors after this cataclysm leaving the cities would have fresh water to drink. And they told him that's what they were doing, that they were baking this new race of people because everyone was going to die, and there's going to be a reset. Resets happen. I don't know if they talked about periodicity with it, but I think they may have just told him. I can't remember this whole story. They may have just told him that there's going to be a cataclysm and that this is the next step. But anyway, I mean, I'll read through some of the comments.
That sounds very similar to the plot of the X-Files as well.
Well, MJ12 brother, they're tripping all this stuff through, right?
That was kind of what the aliens were doing, is that they were making hybrids because there was going to be a cataclysm, an unstoppable cataclysm that was going to happen.
Yes.
And that cataclysm was 2012. But, that TV show took place in the 90s, so.
Oh, yeah. It's a religion that all others will agree on, one religion. Then you have a half the population target, the other half. Then you reveal that this half of the population target, and the other half is evil. I'm trying to start like a religious war. Starts to make sense to me that the law of one was being delivered with some urgency. Seems like if they had any forced their way, they would have been stopped. But it was free will deal we entered into. It's honored. That might be it. Yeah, imagine half the population has been playing with people's lives, harassing them, poisoning them, manipulating them. Maybe. Even in that Serpo LARP, one of the human bodies was seen to be experimented on, and they were making a hybrid EBE human. There have been remote viewers who supposedly have had visions of this. I mean, I think it was John Vivanco talked about this, but he had a very vivid dream where he was he was brought to this place, and they organized everybody together, and they were like media personality. They're people in ufology, but they had like a show and tell where they're like, listen, like you guys are communicators for this stuff. We're just going to show you what we've been working on. And they brought one of these people out in this dream, and it looked fucking horrifying. Like it looked like Fishman. Like it was like it looked terrifying, but that was like the new form. It had like scraggly fucking hair. It was like a mix with a human and a gray or some shit. And I think he takes all that pretty lightheartedly, where he's like, I think he's pretty transparently like, I have no idea what the fuck's going on. It's just honestly communicating all this woo, and I don't know.
We kind of I fudged two of the threads together. So this guy hasn't talked about any die-off in 2025. The guy that was telling the story that was from Tunisia, he just said that it was going to be the UFO invasion in 2026, or the Project Bluebeam fake UFO fake alien invasion that was going to kill off a bunch of people.
And that they have these aliens, these robot aliens that they've made or something. Okay.
Yeah, they call programmed life forms, what he was calling them. The other guy that I found that like linked the thread, he says that this is going to happen in 2025. And I think that was the guy that made I think that was a thread, but I couldn't find it that was making the connections to the particular event.
The flu.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I've been sifting through this for some time, as you know. I remember when John released that video in 2020, where I was like, oh my god. And this is right when it started, where I was like, because I had I wasn't paying attention to it at first, but then I called back after the fact to this idea of some global pandemic causing a catastrophe, and the intention was to wipe people out. So then I got really fucking nervous, and I've been nervous ever since, actually. And obviously the medicine, I mean, we covered this here last week, but there was a study recently from Yale where they found, unfortunately, people who've taken a couple doses of this are still producing spike protein, and that should have stopped almost immediately after it was injected. And the consequence of that is endless destruction of the human body for some people. Your heart, wherever it went to, your balls can end up with testicular cancer, your heart failure, your brain cancer, brain tumor. If it hangs around there long enough, that's literally what happens. And that's devastating that they found that. And it hasn't hit the mainstream media, of course. But I imagine if we continue, and this is the other thing about a breakdown of society, if we continue to dig into this and we find that these shots have been causing this, that the spike protein never broke down, and it's just been circulating the body endlessly, and people's kids start getting sick. That's going to be bad. That's going to be, and I think we've talked about this one before, but there was a guy that posted on 4chan during this while it was ongoing, and he lived in Gulf, New Zealand, and he was a landscaper, a horticulturalist, whatever the fuck you call. I've still got it saved in my computer. And he became buddy with this guy whose property he was working on, very wealthy dude from, I don't know if he said he's Silicon Valley or somewhere, you know, essentially from the States, fucked off there, like wealthy enough that he was kind of almost like a global elite, like he was that wealthy. He didn't mention his name. I wondered if he wasn't Kim.com personally, but anyway, and that this guy had said that there's going to be a plan. And the plan is that they're going to release a virus. This is before this happened, by the way. They went out and got lunch, and he said that there's going to be a plan, and he warned them not to take the medicine because he said that this is all some sick plot. And the plot ultimately is to get people sick. And then what they want to do is they want people to find out that they were betrayed by their government. Because ultimately, this wasn't the government that did this. This was other entities influencing government. But what they want is after people realize that they've, become sick from these solutions, they want them to turn on their government. They want a complete societal breakdown. And they want them to turn on the government. They want them to demolish the government and pull it down. And then after that happens, after in the West, you have this absolute breakdown that happens, they are going to sweep in afterwards, these global elite, and say, your countries are in ruin. Listen, we will help you. We will offer the solution. What's the solution? One world government. And that's what they're going to do. And that was one of the things. So that's another kind of twisted way of looking at it, where they're not actually going to kill everybody off. They're just going to get everybody sick. They're going to they're going to contaminate everybody. And then when everybody realizes what's happened, they lose faith in the system completely, and they don't have to pull the system down. All they had to do was implement this scenario and influence these governments through like the WHO, which is an independent, it's a privately run organization. The WHO, the World Health Organization, which is collapsing recently because Trump and a lot of countries pulled out of it, were handing down a lot of these edicts for the lockdowns, and also were involved to some degree, I believe, in pushing down these narratives about how to get the population to take the solution, right, the medicine. And anyway, it's a very clever way of doing that is, get everybody involved in the solution. The solution was, which is very dark, intentionally going to cause this effect, which it wasn't going to be able to be. And now there are ways to get to help yourselves, which you can find online, but I go talk to your fucking doctor, for Christ's sake. But there's a lot of grifters out in the space right now. But for people that don't know, or people that have very poor immune systems to begin with, the intention was to just collapse society, and that the people would bring down their own governments for them, because they would just it'd be a riot. It'd be an absolute fucking, you imagine everybody's kids who has this, and then they find this out, and it would be hell. And it's scary. And this is obviously taking a bit of a dark turn here tonight, but I took a dark turn, I guess, when we start talking about calling the population, because this is something that I've always been very interested in. That
was the whole premise of the story.
The whole premise of the story is to call the population. And this kind of aristocratic arm, or sect of society, who they think they're just better than everybody, and to some degree they're sitting on top of this fucking mountain, and they're in these ivory towers, and they are to some degree. I don't think they objectively are better. They're in a better situation, and they just think that most people are useless feeders, and that they're a drain on the resources, and that ultimately this is for the best, because like in nature, like they look at it like this is natural selection, where like we're the predators, they're the predators, we're the prey. Right? And that this is their attitude, is these elite. And this is, and I mean, as much as Alex Jones is a fucking meme, man, I mean, I don't disagree with him on that. I genuinely believe, and I don't think it's even belief, I think we can see these people quite clearly. They have this attitude. They're out in the world. Is every rich person like this? No. But this is a different level. There's a different class of people where I think they genuinely look at a lot of humanity as just like useless feeders, essentially. But Anyway. Hopefully this doesn't turn out to be the case. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, for all of us here, the small group of us that are watching this right now, I mean, what can we do? And that's literally since 2020 definitely shook me. I mean, it did. I was very shaken by the whole thing. You know, I lost everything too, actually. I've talked about this before. I lost a long-term relationship. I lost my job. I lost, my apartment. Ended up losing my car. I lost everything, literally everything. And I was trying to think of I became very much interested in remote viewing through this time, more than I had been before, because I felt so powerless, right? I think a lot of us may have felt that way through that time, where I felt absolutely powerless. And I was kind of forced into even taking the medication, the medicines, or I would have lost everything and ended up losing everything anyway, because they had extended the lockdowns for so long, destroyed the tourism industry here. And so I began to look at remote viewing, where I was like, I don't care that this is woo anymore, really. I don't care necessarily. I said, listen, we may be in a dire situation here. And if there's any way that we can get any kind of legitimate information out of this, or even just kind of look down the road a little bit, if we can get something, it could be so important. It's just a framework, even what we're dealing with. And, anyway, not that we've been able to solve anything per se, but it's some of it that I've mentioned here before is very interesting. This narrative has come up time and time again, where, and I don't think it's coincidence, where there have been countless people now that have talked about how they've had run-ins with these groups, these elites, and that there's this plan, this plot, this narrative of we have to do a culling at some point. And I know a lot of the general population doesn't want to consider that, and I get it, but I personally do not think that what happened was an accident. I think that it was intentional. I don't know who these people are, but I would bet that it was intentional. And unfortunately, I would bet that wasn't the last we're going to see of it. So then, brother, you just live every fucking day. You live every day as it could be the last. Yeah. There were laptop class. There were the laptop class who were just fine, didn't lose a thing. And the rest of us, some of which lost pretty much everything. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, people that were kind of out in different areas, tourism, small business owner too. Anyone in small business or working for small business owners. I happen to be working for, at the time was working for my father and his business partner at a university. I was managing one of their locations in the tourism sector. And I had been doing that I got out in 2016, so I was 26. So I was doing that for 3-4 years, just getting some experience out, actually managing people and a little kind of business. And, it was good experience. But then it just decimated them and the whole industry, and I was fucked. So yeah, it was terrible. And I know lots of people, the same kind of thing happened to them too. So it was shitty, man, because sorry not to interrupt you, GALENTV. I just literally gotten off with my life because I had spent fucking, what made me go back to university was I lost someone very close to me who was signed a band with me, a musician. We wanted to be musicians, and that whole dream fell apart. And then I decided to go back and finish my philosophy degree, and I wanted to go forward with that. But in the meantime, I was offered that position where I make a little bit of money. Me and my partner were living in my parents' house again. And so we wanted to get out. We got an apartment. We just started to move our life forward. And then it happened to a lot of people. But sorry, Galen. Yeah.
It really did create a bigger gap between, or a wealth gap, I guess, between the classes. Because anybody that effectively worked under hourly wage just got decimated. That's why Canada created the whole CERB program.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Was to at least try to give some people some kind of. They put a rent freeze too on a lot of rental units, and that I always wondered if that had a little part of the why the rent rates increased so much in Canada. It was just because you'd say that a lot of landlords, if that was their only source of income, they would have been locked out of that because nobody could pay. Now, there are loans that they would have had to make payments that they would have had to pay the bank for, like, if they took out a loan to like purchase the building or the rental property and whatnot. That supposedly those were like frozen as well. But if it was their only source of income, they were in a jam. So I always wondered if that was part of why rents went up so much. But what kind of happened is that anybody that worked like hourly, like you were kind of just devastated. In Canada, they at least had that CERB program, so that kind of helped some people. Now, depending on where you were in Canada, like so around where we live, it effectively was treated as free money for people because there, for the most part around here, initially it didn't go too bad around here. I don't think anybody actually died in our province until like late 2020 as a result of the particular illness.
Yeah,
I think it was late 2020. It was a while. It was a long while.
They were in, my current partner, she was on the front lines. She kind of was volunteered to go and work at the old folks' homes. And like they had to get the full, we're not talking like the PPE, like the full suit on. They had to get a full suit on and go in there. And they started dying in there in the old folks' homes. It was pretty bad. Yeah, it was like it was actually kind of like, and for people that were involved in working in the old, it was like it looked like an apocalypse. Like it was so many bodies. Like I remember there was a lady who came from Sweden, and I was a guy who came from Sweden, sorry, and I was talking with him, and this is when I was working in the tourism industry, and this is through the pandemic, and he his wife was a nurse over there, and she was in these old, and they didn't do the same procedure we did with like the law. They weren't as strict. They had this whole deal of like let it run through. And he was talking about like the pile of bodies that they pulled out of those old folks' homes. It was unbelievable because they just let it do its thing essentially. They didn't.
Yeah, they just said it's go to sweep.
Yeah, and then it did, and it just fucking drove. Like they literally looked like fucking some kind of sick scene you saw like in the Holocaust, like just piles of bodies. Yeah, it was unfucking believable, I guess. So he says, I didn't see the picture. I don't think anyone saw the pictures, but he was telling me like his wife was, because he was over here working because he was an engineer at like La Pro or some shit like in southern New Brunswick there. And anyway, yeah, it's crazy shit. Yeah, but I'm just reading through the comments here too, guys, to see what you're saying. Globalist types and even the ones who say they aren't won't take the printed money back because deflation wrecks economies like money printing doesn't somehow. Yeah, holy fucking Christ. It's Sweden's defense. They were front loading the problem. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, it was, whatever. I mean, it's, yeah. I mean, people died here too. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah. Hearing that right there about nursing homes, just something was sure happening that required measures of sort that were meant to save grandpa. Yeah. Save grandma. Yeah. Yeah. They just announced that the pandemic was fake, apparently. What the fuck? Did they? No, they couldn't know. I mean, it was a real pandemic. I mean, now, was it to the degree of like...
By definition, it was a pandemic.
Yes.
A pandemic is a sudden emergence of like an illness that spreads from that goes over multiple continents.
Right.
As opposed to epidemic, which is localized. Or spread. Anyway, the other part that I wanted to make, the other point that I was going to make about it too was that so anybody that was working that was effectively like living paycheck to paycheck, like it devastated, but you would have a lot of people that would have had like a reserve of money, and that it was annoying, but it didn't. They were fortunate. They were in a fortunate enough position that it didn't like affect them like that much. So what would happen is that was around the time where you would start to say that, okay, well, I always wanted to build this deck at my place, so now I finally have the time to do it, so I'm going to build the deck, and that caused the price of lumber to like go up so much as a result of that.
There were supply chain issues too, I think, with it as well, and that compounded on it. But I mean, I was that person too. I remember I had probably, I don't know, I had not a lot of money saved at the time, but I had enough to like put a down payment on a house, let's say, like just over 20 grand, maybe cash. I had a bunch of credit cards, had nothing on them. Like I had some like money, but somewhere I was going to do with my last partner, we were going to do that, and then we just got an apartment instead. And man, like I just burned through everything. I was completely fucked. I mean, I was living in a ridiculously expensive place. that I probably shouldn't have been in, and I was left alone, and I was left there for a year and a half, and then I wasn't really making much money at my job because, you know, like everything had fucking shut down. And so like they were technically, I was employed by a small business. It was an agency. So I just wasn't really getting paid. And then I, you know, good luck trying to find work at that time too, right? So that's when me and Leaky started streaming, actually. That's why it was not that we were anticipating to make money, but you know, we started streaming online to be like, holy fucking Christ, like what's going on here? And anyway, yeah, you know, I bought lots of bottles of Long Branch, I'll tell you that much. So it was the peak of Long Branch consumption right there. It was through those days. And anyway, yeah, I just got fucked. And it's one of those things, like you never know. 1 minute your life's going like this, the next thing it's going like this. It's just nothing you can do about it. You just fucking along for the ride, guys. Fuck.
One thing that I always noticed that was interesting about it was, you're old enough to remember this. This would have been... how long was your first stint at university? Did you get to year 2?
I dropped out first year.
Okay.
Business.
All right. This one, you might not just remember this then. But the old H1N1, or the also known as swine flu.
Oh, yes, I remember that. It was back in 2019. Right. Yes, I know that.
Yes. Well, 2009.
Oh, sorry. yes. Holy
yeah,
fuck.
it was 2009.
Holy shit. Yeah.
So
I'm all mixed up. Yeah, I was 19. Yeah.
Yeah. So that would there were a lot of concerns about that. They were reporting a lot of the problem. Now, I don't think its mortality rate was higher than the other flu, but I know that it was spreading a lot, and that there were some people that were dying as a result of it, and that there wasn't like there was talks about trying to like fast track some kind of vaccine for it as well.
Yes, I remember that.
But notice that there wasn't any that, like, we were still going to school. Like, I remember I was in high school during that time, and like we were still going to school during that. And that was like, even just sure enough, it spread after like a bunch of people went away for March break, and they would go with their families down to like Mexico and whatnot, and you'd be like, you sure that was a good idea with this going on? But
oh yeah, I was working at a bookstore then. I remember that, and I remember I was listening to Alex Jones talk about it, where he's like, "This is the big one. They're gonna try to turn this into a fucking pandemic." I was like, I was thinking like, oh my god, like hopefully this doesn't turn out to actually be a fucking pandemic. And then anyway, yeah.
The thought about it, and that nothing was really closed as a result of it. But that's because, and one thing that you noticed the difference between the two is that the swine flu. Who were the people that were getting really sick or that were dying as a result of it?
The swine flu? No,
yeah,
I don't.
Do you remember who was?
Well, the old people?
No, it was children.
It was children with swine flu, wasn't it? Actually,
it was young. It was young, very young children. So I think it was like people that were under the age of 18 or 21 were the most at-risk group. But anybody that was older, it didn't really affect them that much.
Interesting. What is this? I cannot believe that. Who the fuck is this guy?
Now, who was now? What now? As we know with the other one, who are the people that were affected in the other one? It was anybody that was older. Most people that were young. Now, it affected everybody, but most people that were younger usually didn't. It didn't hit them too bad. So
yeah,
who was in charge of making the policies for what we should do? Anybody that's older. Generally, people that would be in the age bracket that would be more affected by it. Whereas with swine flu, you'd be like, it just affects kids. That's not going to affect me. We don't need to shut down the world because of that.
Yeah. Holy fuck, yeah.
Isn't that interesting, though? Just a thought with that.
Jim didn't get the 2 year of university because he was headhunted by the talent scout representing stupidly large wiener pornography company. Holy fuck, brother. I wish that was true, because fuck, I would have absolutely wanted to do that over going back to business and fucking university. Talk about wanted to fucking pull your eyeballs out. Holy fuck, how boring that was. Oh my man.
Yeah, they would have either said, we want to start this website, we're going to call it Big Alien Balls.
Big Alien Balls,
yeah, we're gonna make it. It's gonna be a parody pornographic website.
Read the last paragraph.
Starring Big Jim Russell from Mars.
Holy fuck, if only. The campaign ended early in June 2003 with only 38,000 civilian healthcare workers vaccinated after several hospitals refused to participate due to the risk of the live virus infecting vulnerable patients and skepticism of the risks of an attack. And after over 50 heart complications reported by the CDC. That August, U.S. Institute of Medicine criticized the program for its costs and not considering other bioterrorism control measures such as surveillance. The adverse cardiac events, including 2 deaths, were, however, unlikely to have been caused by the medicines. 2005 IOM report noted that some of the problems with the campaign stem from administration officials overruling scientific advice on the numbers who should be vaccinated and the lack of communication with the CDC and the public health need, though it found the campaign had increased general preparedness for sudden occurrences. Yeah. So again, it's back to people are like, with these kinds of things and these kinds of conversations, trust the science. But it's the business is one thing that I was concerned about, and also the government. And it's just smooth brain arguments, unfortunately. But people want to feel safe too. And I think some people who are maybe more oriented in the scientific method want to feel, some confidence that their fellow scientists would be doing everything they could to make sure that this is something safe that's not going to kill you. But then ultimately what complicates that are fucking idiots in business, in government, who only care for themselves. So unfortunately, it's not that simple, right? But again, for people who are maybe a part of, science, maybe they're part of medicine. I mean, you're probably fairly well off. You're in kind of a privileged place. You've been in school for a long time. You're not really questioning these authorities as much as you should be. Maybe you've been kind of locked away in an ivory tower, not in reality, where there's a lot of assholes out there that don't give a fuck about you. They give a fuck about this, and they give a fuck about control. And they didn't really give a shit. And that's a harsh reality of, listen, I always think about it like this, right? All those evil motherfuckers in Nazi Germany that did all those horrendous fucking things. Those gene pools are all walking around today. Same in the Soviet Union, same deal, right? Same during Napoleon's fucking wars. Those same gene pools are walking around and they don't give a fuck, right? It's a dark reality that like darkness didn't just
Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan too. These evil fucking they're everywhere. It's in every one of us. He's in a lot of fucking people.
Yeah, it's around, what's it, like 10% of the population is related to Genghis Khan?
10% of the population. That the potential for evil's in all of us, right? And what was the quote from Socrates, Mr. GALENTV, I think, is there's only one evil, really, and it's ignorance, and one good truth. And that's a quote from Plato, actually, quoting Socrates. But really, when it comes down to it, it's this ignorance that's the problem every fucking time. And this is just some truth here for people that may have been ignorant to this. So, monkeypox outbreak. Remember that just after the coup? Yeah, I remember that too. Yeah, I know. Yeah, less than a couple minutes. 90% of them were killed
for a little bit.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, it was. Yeah.
There's a couple little stories. So part of why like the conversation about that went away was because they were trying to decide where like which community was hit most, and it was male homosexual men.
Yeah.
So they kind of stopped talking about it because it kind of became I think like a lot of media thought it was becoming like homophobic to talk about it. I think that was the narrative about it, that if you accused that they were trying to say, no, it could happen to anybody, and it absolutely could happen to anybody, but it was definitely spreading faster in that community, I guess, at the time.
It was the pussy eating. It was the eating of the pussy.
Well, it wasn't the eating, it was the ramming of the pussy.
I thought someone told me it was the eating of the pussy.
Maybe it was both. You know what? Could have been both.
I just heard that. I don't know what goes on, but
anyway,
whatever.
That was around that time, though. There's a story that was around that time that didn't seem to make a lot of headway.
Yeah.
And that was that, I think it was in Philadelphia, that there was an abandoned warehouse that was raided by some government administration. They said they found a bunch of vials of smallpox in there.
What?
Yep.
Great. Sorry.
That was like 2022, was it? I think it was 2022.
I mean,
but that was a punchline. Was that there was a bunch of vials of smallpox in there? That was in that empty warehouse.
It's
anyway,
like
so that was the thought the next big thing was going to be a smallpox outbreak.
Interesting. Who the fuck talked about this recently? Oh, fuck, I can't remember where I saw this. Anyway. You hear so many things. People think it's a bird flu. Like, this is, like, people have got PTSD. Like, I mean, I'm unfortunately anticipating. I'm just placing a bet that, yeah, we're going to see another one. And, it was the fucking prophet guy. It was fucking Trump Jesus guy, whatever the fuck his name is. Last Days on YouTube. Buddy who predicted Trump's bullet in the air, right? Like, psychic. Whatever he thinks he's talking to Jesus, I don't fucking know. But psychic person who had that, prophetic vision of Trump's assassination attempt, who then saw that they're cooking up another virus and they want to crash a global economy. They want to kill everybody.
It was 2021, not 2020.
And they found smallpox.
Here is a MSNBC news article about it.
Oh my fucking heavens!
I also linked a video that from the guy that told that story. He had a Twitter. He linked a Twitter post of Richard Doty saying something that he said that I guess was valid, but he said the picture wasn't correct.
It was Doty who said it. Oh.
Yeah.
Doty, for people that don't know too, was involved in disinformation and drove a man insane. Small batch files found at Merck Lab in suburban Philadelphia facility labeled smallpox, deadly disease eradicated in the 1970s, was found in a freezer and immediately quarantined in the Center for Controls for Disease. It was found where the fuck was it? In suburban Philadelphia facility, they found it.
Yeah.
Merck is in the process of figuring out why it was there. Oh, jeez. This is the stuff, GALENTV, that we fucking get disappeared for here on fucking the internet. He's putting this one together. Fucking trying to figure out round two. Yeah. Yeah.
That was pretty big.
Yeah.
Like, for a few days after it happened, it kind of went away, but nobody, like, you saw it on, like, we'll say particular corners of the internet, but not, like, through, like, mainstream, I guess, if you will.
Yeah,
but yeah, that was what people were thinking was going to be the next thing was going to be, that it was going to be a smallpox.
God, I don't know what. I mean, listen, we don't try and make predictions off of like people who claim that Jesus came and showed them what the next virus is going to be, but he got really specific. He's a weird guy. Undoubtedly he has some kind of a gift, I think. That or it's just extreme coincidence. But then you take your pick or whatever, however you want to interpret this shit. But he had some vision about they were using AI now to try and cook it up, and that it was involved. It was going to attack the heart or something, which is actually kind of what spike protein can do. And what happens to people after they've COVID. You have to be careful. But anyway, I don't fucking know. Where was this? So I didn't know it was Doty that said this. Interesting.
Yeah, he said Rick Doty later on in the story. That was when he was talking about like that might have been the video he came across. I don't know. He could, again, this whole thing was just like formatted weird, but yeah, that one was.
Interesting. So he just talks about the Trantiloids or whatever in here. Yeah.
I guess so. I didn't watch it.
Yeah, fuck me. Did they derive this kill count from carbon and soil? CFG, what was it in reference to? Yeah, Trevel is uncompassionate service to self, so I absolutely agree. Yeah, I think that is the root of a lot of evil. It's just service to self behavior where you just you have no empathy at all, and you can inflict harm on people and it doesn't bother you, and you might even take pleasure in that harm, right? You just literally care only for yourself, and if it's not you that's in pain, you don't give a fuck. Yeah. Yeah, you want to watch that too. I searched Trantilopes on Twitter. Well, let's watch it. It's only a minute and 43 seconds. I'm curious what he says. Here, I'll play right now.
A search team trying to find this creature that escaped.
What kind of creature was it? Do you know what it looked like or where it came from?
I know it came from someplace 10 light years away from Earth. I was briefed into that part of it. I was shown a picture of the creature. It was quite a hideous looking creature. It had a very large head. Had a body that looked like a praying mantis.
Are these the Trantiloids you speak of?
Yes, Trantiloids. And this creature had no teeth, had a mouth, had 2 slots for nose, 2 openings for ears, and had gill-like glands on its face where it would suck in air our air so it could breathe earth air. But the most amazing thing about this creature was it didn't require food. It manufactured its own nourishment within its body. It had 2 sacs on each of its hips, and it would produce from internal organs these golf ball size nodules, and they would be inside the sacs.
Mm-hmm.
When the creature required a nourishment, it would reach in and take a ball out of this nourishment and place it in its mouth. That's the only nourishment that these creatures needed. It did drink water, but there was no other food that it ate.
I've had some experience with beings like this, and we call it chemogenesis, and it's life from chemicals that they produce themselves. So they don't have to have, food like we do and extract.
It's fucking disgusting.
Minerals and vitamins from it. It's very interesting.
Yeah, that's exactly what this was. They found out later.
So he says that the pictures that were shown in that video of the tarantuloid was fake, but that supposedly that was like that's what they do. That's how they be.
So they eat their own balls.
I guess so. Well, no, their balls are nutritious though.
Our balls would technically be nutritious.
Yeah, but we need them. Yeah. Their balls are detachable and they can regrow them. We need ours. True, ours don't come back.
Soon we might be able to regrow them. Interesting. But like, is there any more about this? Like, this is an interesting clip. Yeah, they eat these balls that come out of their fucking hips. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't particularly interest me. I'm more interested in like, what the fuck are they doing here? What the fuck do they want? Like, what the fuck are they? What are they doing? I mean, what's more gross, really, doing that or taking a shit every morning? You gotta ask yourself. Maybe they'd be absolutely appalled at like, some state of someone's bathroom.
You're saying, how terribly inefficient. You mean you have to devour something that doesn't come from your own body for nourishment? Oh, humans.
You only get so much out of it. Yeah. Anyway, this reminds me of the aliens from Independence Day. It kind of does.
They look a lot. They look a lot like that, but that supposedly is a fake rendition. That's not what they look like.
Well, they look more like a praying mantis. He said that's not a praying mantis. Yeah. But this is a real alien race, supposedly, according to this guy in 4chan.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, again, fuck. I mean, man.
You're more captivated with that than I thought. I thought for sure you're going to be like, my bullshit meters just go.
No. Well, it's one of those things, like, not that anyone has the ability to just instantly discern whether something's fake or not after reading it. I mean, you could listen. There could be some guy who's completely out of his fucking mind, right? Completely out to lunch, has a conversation with someone who actually knows all this shit, and then goes online, tries to tell people about it, but the guy's a fucking idiot. And he writes it like a fucking idiot. And people look at it and be like, oh, you're clearly fucking like, mentally ill. You're clearly just fucked. Maybe he is, but is the information, is it true? And then, same with the story, where you read through this story, and the more I listened to it, the more I started hearing like, some younger guy just telling a story about this guy that he met. And I don't know. There was something about how it was written. The more you're writing it, like there was an actual story. And I know people that aren't familiar with these things online, like on 4chan, these posts, people get into LARPs all the time. Like people love attention. They love being for like a day or two the talked about person on like a thread, and they love being like the OP, the original poster, where like they get to respond and they get in it. It's like a source of attention, I think, right? But I don't know. We've gone through so many of them. It's almost like you do develop a bullshit detector, and like he went into such detail with like the connection with the person. I was like, you could have made it more fantastical. You could have embellished it more. He was emotionally very transparent in the story, right? With like the loss of his grandfather. And he didn't have all the details, and he was communicating it what I would expect to be like someone who honestly had a run-in with a very mysterious person they didn't really understand, right? Which is what this guy presented to him, was this kind of mysterious figure who knew things, and he didn't really take him seriously either, which is interesting. In the end, he thought he was kind of kind of a contradiction.
It wasn't until he saw like the Richard Doty
Sup, Wayne? Sounds
Cody
gay.
video.
Fuck yeah. Yeah. So it's yeah.
I posted the link to the thread in Forbidden Knowledge for anybody that wants to look through it.
Okay, interesting.
For themselves.
Well, there's you can have at it. And see what the fuck.
It's a little hard to like just fully follow, but generally like I found I didn't have like a hard time like imagining what was going on, but But yeah, sometimes you have to do a double or triple take on a sentence. Then you kind of go like, oh, okay, all right, that's what's going on.
Man, fuck. Mongol Empire killed somewhere
between.
between.
In the Discord for anybody that wants to see it.
Oh, nice. 1 to 10 million. So they killed, man. Holy fuck, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was very interesting. Hopefully people enjoyed listening to that GALENTV. I think it's, I don't know. I want to think on it. It's just this narrative we've heard time and again, but we're desperately trying to figure out what these people know behind the scenes that they keep intimating about, right? Like, oh, something's going to happen. I've heard things. I know things. I know. Like, what the fuck do you know? Well, I can't say. It's classified. Did somebody say it? Right? And that kind of scenario would be, no one would know who this guy is from that description. So it'd be safe to tell this kid all this shit. Like, but if that's actually what's going on, where the government, and this is the other thing too with Haim Eshed, right? Where Haim Eshed kind of came out of the woodwork and said, he's probably the most accredited person to ever kind of blow this whistle ever. I don't give a fuck. But effectively, there is a galactic federation that's interacting with humanity right now. That's effectively what he said. And he also said that they don't think we're ready to learn about UFOs and aliens and whatnot, and the reality of them. But he has said that what's happening is the governments have been interacting with a galactic federation, is what they've been dealing with. And so, the idea that there are people within the government that know this, it probably wouldn't be very surprising to be documentation probably saying such. Maybe even if there were survivors from some of these crashes, that's the first thing it would have said. They would have said, yeah, we're part of this federation. Like, that's what we represent. It would have been maybe the first thing to come out of their fucking...
It was Valiant Thor that was part of the Federation.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. And that I have more of a hard time with. The Valiant Thor thing, as you know, I have a particularly hard time with the Valiant Thor narrative because I find that to be just beyond fucking... But then there are human-looking aliens, supposedly, according to some people. So could one of them, if they wanted to, just come down and slip in? And they probably could. So, I mean... Again, crazy story that turns out to be fucking true. I mean, man, Marge Anchorman, what's up? I just, yeah. Anyway, I mean, we hope it doesn't happen. Well, listen, one way or the other, we've got 2025 and 2026 gonna be big years. In the woo, there's been 2026 has always been a big year. There's been tons of references to that there's going to be some kind of an incident that's going to happen. So, I mean, it's not quite like 2012, but it's close, maybe. I don't know. Close second.
So, we got to go to the other part of this initial part, though. Is Kali Yuga, in fact, going to end in March?
What's this?
Kali Yuga. So, I looked into a little bit of what Kali Yuga is. So, Kali Yuga is part of Hindu...
it's the end of the cycle.
The Hindu religion.
Yes.
And from what I gather is...
Yugas.
It's not, the cycle's not going to end, and it's not due to end for like another 400,000 years or something.
Oh shit!
But it's like there's like a different phase of the cycle. I think
the hard times are coming.
Some people think that might happen as a result of the Kali Yuga in March of 2025.
Shift of the ages, part of the Hamlet's Mill, precession of the equinox as well. Okay, all right.
And then finally, this other guy, Everything Empty, Always Alone, a YouTuber person who's displayed explainable supernatural powers. Now, I tried to watch him for all of 30 seconds, and I couldn't.
Who is this? You sent this along?
No, I haven't sent this to you. I can send it. Let's see if I can find it.
Let's just play 30 seconds of it and see what people think of it.
Yeah.
Just full of complete horseshit.
What was it called again? Everything Empty.
Everything Empty. I can probably just YouTube it. What is it?
Everything Empty, Always Alone.
This is the guy saying that the ending the Kali Yuga is going to have some.
Now, this guy is saying that so there's four claims that are all converging around this 2025, 2027 timeline.
Okay.
The Kali Yuga, the Deagle report, this story from 4chan that we talked about for the last few hours.
Yeah.
And then this YouTuber that says he's in contact with the Azurian aliens and told him that the majority of humanity dies this year, and then World War III will occur in Halloween of 2027.
This guy said this? Everything empty, always alone? He's talking to the aliens?
Yes. Yeah, now this guy says he's talking to the aliens.
Where does he say this? Which video?
No data available.
I see an interdimensional non-human entity, the Azuran named WYND video. Here it is here.
Official Wind Hammerly video. For those of you that are new to this,
my Azuran handler friend
channel and these videos, I guess you'd have to watch, this one right here, at least this one. Most of these videos, in order for this to make sense, but especially this one right here, this thumbnail you see on your screen. If you watch this video right there on my channel from whatever, a month or so ago, it would make more sense to now be watching this video, which you're about to see now. This is the official Wind Hammerly video. A lot of my loyal subscribers and viewers who've already been here with me for a little while have been waiting for this for a month or so, and so here we are. We're finally here. Here we go today. That being said, before we jump into the Wind Hammerly video, which we will do in about 3, maybe 4 minutes from now, first I want to show you some footage. I just shot this literally an hour ago. It was insane.
Okay. He talks to aliens though.
Here, this is not the video. This is supposed to be the wind, those type of back on it now and talking to them. Speaks for itself. Then of course out comes this man who turned out not to be a man, an Azuran, named Wind Hammerly. And after this is all over, I'm going to put some commentary, probably, and if I can, but I won't be.
Right. Okay. So how does this guy tie in with this prophecy again? He just said the aliens told him that everyone's going to die this year.
Yep.
Oh fuck, brother. All right. Well, buckle up, I guess.
Buckle up.
Fuck. All we can do is put the buckle on, right? I mean, we're gonna hit the wall. Fuck. I mean. Well, should we put the buckle on though? I don't know.
Doesn't sound like it matters. It sounds like whether we go through the windshield or put on 3 buckles,
hang out,
still the same.
Hang out the window. Take your shirt off and hang out the window. That's what we're gonna do. That sounds good to me. Yeah. TikTok lady who contacted someone. Oh, her Ouija board was telling her to write down stuff about the end of the world. Yeah, I remember her. Will, we watched that, didn't we? Yeah. The potential problem at the end of May. Holy fuck, yeah. What was that info delivered in 2016? Prediction soared. Always potentials to give us opportunity to choose or change. Learn to fly. Fly out that bitch before it crashes. Yeah. Hear me out. What if there are people being fucked with by groups of people using synthetic telepathy telling them they are aliens? Well, that's always a possibility. So, I mean, we don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure you looked at that that guy that spent, what was it, like $130 million worth of Ethereum to put out the message that supposedly the Chinese government has like implanted their military with like some Neuralink kind of technology.
Yes. Yeah, we covered that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good.
Because I think that's like a month old now, isn't it? Or like a few weeks anyway.
Like a week and a half, yeah. That wouldn't surprise me in the least. I'm sure many of those people there who are fucking brainwashed working in the military for the CCP would probably just be like, yes, please take away all my emotions and let me just be a fucking mindless servant for you. It's very scary. Yeah.
Suppose you could find the frequency of just like of someone's thoughts.
Yeah.
If there is a frequency for it. And then just like start sending your own thoughts into their thoughts.
Pretty evil shit. That government in China wouldn't surprise me if they were involved with that fucking horrendous bullshit. Probably not too dissimilar from a lot of other governments, honestly, but they are a particularly evil group of people that have a terrible hold on that place, and I feel for the people that live there. But yeah, fucking Christ, yeah. Well, I mean, inevitably it's gonna crash, I guess, guys. But the question is, what's gonna happen? I mean, I don't know. Very interesting story, GALENTV. I think that's definitely something for us to chew on. I'm going to think about it.
Hey, that was almost what you call an epic Schizo Sunday story.
Well, it kind of was, because it ties in with all these epic narratives about you know, maybe the end of the world. And that's maybe why we're here, to tell the story so people can remember just before everything blows up. All right, I heard it first on Jim's show with GALENTV. All right. Right.
Yeah, so
Thank you, guys.
I was up from like I pretty much read that till like 2 a.m. last night.
Holy fuck! Yeah, that was
around like 12:30 to 2 a.m. I think is how long I spent looking at that.
Jesus Christ! Yeah. What do? All we do is we just keep enjoying the meme of it all, right? That's all we can do, is keep enjoying the meme of it all. And
well, what was your advice? You just gotta drink away the truth.
Yeah, enjoy your time while you have it here. And I mean,
that was it.
Yeah, that's literally it. I mean, you know, do you want to enjoy your life sober, or do you want to have a nice buzz? I mean, no, please do not devolve into alcoholism. But you know, like, have a drink, have a smoke. You know, go for a walk, go for a talk. Don't buckle up. Hang out the window. Is that our fucking advice, buddy? Is that what we're gonna say? Yeah.
There was I remember like there was a thread that was screenshotted like years ago that was on the Fit board on 4chan.
Yeah.
And the guy was trying to give like self-improvement advice. And I can't remember, he listed off like a bunch of things to go do. And then there was a sequence in the list that he said that was you know, but like purchase a tree, grow a tree in your backyard, purchase a katana or something, and learn to do like something cool with that. So someone just like posted like grow a tree, buy a katana, and he just like, I'm dead. And just the rest of that, I guess, was just screenshots, just people just like buy a tree, cut it down, cut it down with a sword.
Fuck yeah, yeah. Willis, nice quote. God's a white light. You can't die. At the end of the day, we're all energy, but yeah. So irregardless of what happens, we'll be on to something better. Maybe this is why everyone's pushing the whole narrative talk to the ETs now. Maybe we'll be able to reach out to the Galactic Federation ourselves and be like, hey, we'll join. And then we're gone. We're all on the ship together with me, which is where I am right now. We're all up in the ship, hanging out, smoking the best fucking space weed, drinking the best space wine.
Maybe
just fucking living the best life.
Maybe you can get Valiant Thor to appear on the show.
It's probably watching right now. And I'd say,
comes on and says, well, Jim Russell, here I am in the present.
Fuck, he's here right there. What would you do if he just walked naked behind me here? Fucking, it'd be probably a lot of questions, actually. But
you'd say, hey, that's cool. No, I'm good. Can you get David Childress on the show for me?
Yeah, that's actually who I'd probably first thing I'd say. I'd be like, you guys are cool and all, but that's not really who I fucking want on the show. But David could join the Galactic Federation. We'll figure it out. Anyway, we're just moving here. I think maybe we'll call it there, guys. Listen, thank you for coming around this evening. Thank you, GALENTV, for that wonderful story.
I thought you'd enjoy it.
I did.
I thought you'd enjoy it.
I did. Hopefully everyone else did too. So, yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, listen, just live every day as it comes, and remember, do not come. Or are we gonna come? Well, wait. We'll find out tomorrow. But until then, everybody, peace.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.